Welcome, welcome. Take a little moment to allow yourself to think simply about what is. What is going on in your subjective journey through this strange existence? What matters to you? What information feels pertinent, relevant to your life force? Close your eyes if you can, not if you're driving or cycling or at work. But other than that, if you're safely seated somewhere or perhaps lying down, close your eyes, breathe gently, and allow yourself to think, to drift off into the places where nobody else can get to, your inner mind. And I'm going to ask you simply, what is? What is this place? What is important? What is going on? Now, breathe gently, and whether you've got your eyes closed or not, allow your inner mind to bring to the fore of your conscious experience, your awareness, whatever imagery it may, whatever symbology, whatever signs, whatever words, whatever memories, whatever hopes, aspirations, dreams, feelings. It does. Simply, when you direct the question internally into yourself, what is? What is this place? What is going on? What is it you should be doing? Meditate simply, internally asking yourself, what is? Repeat after me. What is? Feel yourself with every utterance going to a deeper part of your mind that may perhaps provide an answer you are seeking. What is? What is? What is? What is? What is? What feelings, what symbols, what imagery are floating into your conscious awareness as you simply ask, what is? What is? What is? What is? Allow yourself to dance with whatever symbols, memories, imagery pop into your mind's eye. They may seem abstract. They may seem bizarre. You may not know quite what to do with them. They may frighten you, but don't fear. You are okay. These are but figments of your imagination. These are not in any way materially real. They are things for you to either gain significance from, gain inspiration from, or to overcome as you go onwards in your subjective journey through this strange existence. So do not worry, do not fear. Whatever is in your mind's eye cannot harm you. You are the master of your internal world. You are the master of your internal world. Go in there, inwards, and see what you can find that may help you as you labor onwards in this strange existence outside of your mind. Gain inspiration, gain insight, dance with the symbols, hold them, turn them this way and that, look at them from different directions. What words, what memories are coming into your mind? Step into them. Step into those memories and play with them. If they upset you, perhaps you can, as you are now, be the superhero and change the memories, change the very fabric of your past memories by going to them as you are now in your older form, your wiser form, and doing what should have been done at the time to rectify the mistakes you made or others made towards you. And dance a little. Build back better. Craft your internal world so that it favors you. Fix it brick by brick. Pour in solid foundations where perhaps there were none. And come back to the material world. Stronger than ever. So yes, meditate. Meditate, asking yourself, what is I will in a moment be saying that very phrase, and you can repeat it after me if you like, either in your head or out loud in a gentle, dulcet tone. You may be receiving from your inner self. And when you feel the need, when you feel the strongest desire, when you can no longer hold back, click on the link in the live chat and talk to us all about what insight you may have garnered from this experimental meditation, this deep dive within. This deep dive into what was, what is occurring underneath the bonnet, inside, deep within your inner self, your inner mind. So, folks, are you ready? Are you ready to go on perhaps the most important journey you have ever undertaken? Repeat after me and let the symbology flow. Dance with it, and when you feel somehow inspired, come to the live stream. Click on the link and join the panel and tell us all what it is you feel is important to share. Repeat after me, either inside your mind or out loud. What is? What is? is? What is? With every utterance of what is, you feel yourself excavating deep into your inner mind, deep into your subconscious, chipping away another layer of the defenses, the shell that hides from your conscious awareness what really matters. We're mining for gold today, folks. So let us continue going deeper. What is? What is? What is? What is? If you're feeling shy, perhaps it's okay. If something is bursting into your mind's eye, if there is a prominent figure, a specter, or even an angel, share in the live chat what you are seeing, what you are experiencing. Let's see perhaps if we can have a communal experience here. I know you all have your eyes closed, but if anybody types something, I will read it out for you. And perhaps we can communally inspire each other. Perhaps we will find some kind of connection that, wasn't evident beforehand. Some kind of invisible web, a network that connects us all. Perhaps a shared meaning, a shared purpose, or a path forward into a future as yet unknown, but to be directed in good faith by the inspiration gathered from our journey within. What is? 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 You're going deeper. What is? Deeper into your mind's eye. What is? What is? What is? What is? Funneling down deep into your inner self. What is? What is? What is? Past all the fossilized remnants of your past trauma. What is? What is? What is? What is? And you're getting to layers. You're going to find layers of things that matter to you. What is? Inspiration, strong foundations to stand upon. What is? What is? What is? What is? You find yourself in a cavern of sorts, some kind of air pocket deep within, as you have excavated deep below the superficial surface, far into your inner self. And you find yourself in what appears to be a dark, dark, dark cave, a cavern, a pocket of air. And you're tired because you've been excavating so long, so hard, asking what is, what is, what is. And even though it's dark and it scares you a little bit, you feel the need to rest. It's okay, folks. It's okay. As I said already, this is all just a figment of your imagination. It's not real. Nobody else can see it. It's only in your mind. You're okay. You're sitting in the darkest of dark. A little air pocket, a cavern, deep below the superficial surface of your persona, your public-facing personality, deep below the surface of your conscious awareness, deep below all your recent experiences. And you're in the dark. It's completely dark. You can't see a thing. But you're okay. See? You're okay. There is no need to be afraid. There is no need to be afraid. You're in some of the darkest depths of your own inner mind. Something that perhaps torments you daily. Something that gives you anxiety. Something that makes you feel depressed, anxious, anguish. Something that churns out all manner of thoughts that bring you here and there and leave you a nervous wreck. But here you are, deep within your mind, excavating into your inner self, in a dark, dark cavern, deep within. And you're okay. You are okay. You're fine. You see, you are the boss here. This is your manor. This is your estate. And there's nobody else here. It's only you. So all your fears, all your anxieties, when you're in this place deep inside your inner self, none of it makes any sense. It's only you. Nobody else can get to you. Nothing is real. Only that which you give awareness to. Nothing is real. Only that which you choose to focus on. Nothing is real. Only that which you make so. So sit here in the dark. Do not be afraid. Sit in this dark depth of your inner self and close your eyes. You're okay. You're in a dark, dark cavern. A subterranean dark cavern deep below the surface of your superficial nature. You're in your inner self. And you're okay. You're perfectly fine. You're perfectly fine. This doesn't scare you at all. It's dark. You can't sense anything particularly. You can't hear anything in this dark chamber. There is nothing, only awareness. You are just sitting there in this dark chamber of your own making in your mind's eye. And you are just complete awareness. Complete awareness of whatever it is that feels important to you. And I urge you, whatever pops into your mind, to craft it into your favor. If you are having traumatic memories, specters from the past popping in to scare you, to upset you, traumatize you, deal with those demons in your inner mind. Sit in the sanctity of your inner self and change the narrative. Memories are just figments of our imagination, just like this experience. Whatever it is that is bothering you in the moment, you can be the superhero that goes into that memory and changes it and does something that makes it stop. No longer are you the passive experiencer. You have been enlivened with agency, with the ability to interact with your memories, with your trauma, with your fears, anxieties, deep within your mind's eye. You have been enlivened. You have been given the gift of agency. Now, you can do whatever you want. You can fly away. You can do whatever you want inside your mind. Deal with the symbols, dance with them, build up resilience, and take from your journey inwards something that matters. Joseph, if you want to come on, Joseph says he is ready to come on. Please do click on the link in the live chat and visit us immediately. The link is in the live chat for whoever wants to come on here and share their experience. Share what is popping into the core of their conscious awareness as something that might be important going forwards for them, maybe for us all. Some insight, some, dare I say, spark of gnosis. The journey within, guys, the journey within is the only journey necessary when facing harsh experiences on the outside. You have to go within, dig deep, and find what is necessary. That is all there is to do. Click on the link, folks, and join the show. We are ready. We are ready to rise. We are ready to converse and talk about whatever it is we feel is important. I am going to ask the question again. What is? Think about it. What is going on? What is it you should be doing? What is it we should all be doing? What is this place? And when you feel a burst of when you feel a burst of super inspiration, click on the link in the live chat and we will be here to talk to you. What is? 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 I'm going to take a moment to allow you to contemplate what is and what it is you should be doing. See the symbols, feel the feelings, get the message. Hello. What is? Hello to everybody who's there. I do hope you are exceedingly well. We have a few in the house. Hello to Divine Hazel. She says, welcome. Welcome to the Fighting Noises Show. Hit the like button for DNW. Share the video and subscribe to the channel. And we have Bridget Simpson who is here. And she says, I am that what is. And we have a few others. We have Retro. I'll read Retro's in a moment because he's written quite a bit. We have the man himself, the late show, who says, I am what I am, and that's all that I am. And Retro says, been so far in, he's gone within. He says he's been so far in that he's been waiting at the dearest corner exit door for a decade, and he ain't seen no one seeking truth, just zealots and ego panic. Oh dearie me, oh dearie me. Divine Hazel says that I sound spooky, 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 spooky today. Well, I mean, that would be apt if I was sounding spooky because we are nearly at Halloween. And yeah, it's a good time to be spooky, I suppose, if ever one is to be spooky. Retro says it is all an earth mound to build your foundation, to build a tower to the stars, literal or figuratively speaking. Interesting. Guys, do come on and click the link if you want to. Come on and say hello and let us know what is going on. I'll just quickly peruse the news. So while I'm doing that, I better put a caption up here. What will I write? Yes. Join the conversation using the link in chat. This show is about what is, and that may be whatever you want it to be. Okay, so we'll go on to look at the news, will we? So anyway, just peruse the news. We have 2 arrested over theft of jewels at the Louvre Museum in Paris. I don't know if any of you in America heard about that, but there was a theft in Paris in the famous Louvre Museum where they have the Mona Lisa. But someone stole a load of jewelry that was worth $102 million last Sunday. Okay, so 4 thieves wielding power tools climbed up the side of the building using a ladder. I don't know what floor it was. It was very high up, maybe the 5th floor or something, maybe more. And they broke in with power tools in broad daylight and ran off with the jewels. Anyway, 2 people have been arrested. One of the suspects was preparing to travel to Algeria. Okay. And this is what the police have told French media. While it is understood the other was going to Mali. Okay, going to Africa. That's not to say they were African, but they were headed that way. And they're saying specialist police can detain and question them for up to 96 hours. According to reports in French media, DNA found at the scene of the robbery led to the identification of one of the suspects. Okay, that's him fucked. The gang left behind a number of items, including gloves and high-vis jackets. Yes. So, some developments there. Divine says she doesn't celebrate holidays. She creates her own holidays. Okay. Lovely. Let's go back here. Hurricane Melissa. Yeah, I heard about this one. It's barreling away towards Jamaica, an apparent brutal one. So I do hope that anybody in Jamaica is okay or will be okay when it hits. So Hurricane Melissa is forecast to become a rare Category 5 storm as it turns towards Jamaica, bringing life-threatening flash flooding and landslides. The cyclone, which has had winds of up to 120 miles per hour as of 6 a.m. Greenwich Mean Time today, is currently turning northwest in the Caribbean and is expected to make landfall by Tuesday, according to the U.S. National Hurricane Center. Okay, so they have a little bit time to prepare or get the hell out of dangerous areas like floodplains, etc. So it warns. The U.S. National Hurricane Center warns of power cuts and damage to infrastructure as Melissa brings up to 30 inches of rain and sea levels surge as high as 13 foot. So that's 4 meters above ground. Seek shelter now, residents have been told. Melissa is the 13th hurricane in this year's Atlantic season, which typically ends in November. A Category 5 hurricane is the strongest type with winds of at least 157 miles per hour, while Melissa is set to weaken to a Category 4 before reaching Jamaica. The National Hurricane Center said there was very little practical difference in the overall impacts upon landfall, and that the hurricane will be at least that intensity when it hits the island. With tropical storm strength winds and rain already expected well before it passes over central Jamaica, including potentially the capital, Kingston. It warns that preparations should be rushed to completion. A multi-day period of damaging winds and heavy rainfall have begun and will cause catastrophic and life-threatening flash flooding and numerous landslides, the meteorological agency urged residents. Jamaican Prime Minister Andrew Holness said, "I know that there are many Jamaicans who are anxious, who are very concerned, and rightfully so. You should be concerned. But the best way to address anxiety and any nervousness and concern is to be prepared. Residents are being told to secure their homes with sandbags and wooden boards and to stock up on essentials. Warnings are also in effect in parts of Haiti, all, including the capital Port-au-Prince, the Dominican Republic, and eastern Cuba, where Melissa is anticipated to bring similar effects by the middle of next week. Landslides have also already landslides already being caused by the hurricane have killed 2 in Haiti. That's a terrible situation then over there. The nation's civil protection agency has said Melissa is forecast to pass over Cuba by Wednesday before moving through the Antilles Mayores and out into the Atlantic. By the time it reaches Cuba, it is predicted to have weakened to a Category 3 storm. While it is hard to link individual weather patterns or events, to climate change, scientists say it is making weather phenomena more common and more severe. Warmer oceans produce more moisture in the air, helping fuel the formation of hurricanes. Ahead of the start of this year's Atlantic hurricane season, the U.S. National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration predicted above normal activity, citing warmer seas and potentially stronger monsoon activity around West Africa, where Atlantic storms often form. There you go. Yes, landfall where central Jamaica apparently. I don't know. Probably the east side of Jamaica, seeing as it's coming from the west. Oh, so seeing as it's coming from the east, sorry. Um, yeah. Divine says we had a high-speed chase in our tiny little village. Took my mailbox down the road, 100 foot down, and 20 foot off the road. So you're saying a car hit it or something? What happened there, Divine? Yeah. And in relation to the Paris robbery, the grand heist over there in the Louvre, Roman says they let you in anywhere with a ladder. A guy did a video on it years ago. I think I saw that. Walk in carrying a ladder, wearing a workman vest. They clear you through most public entrances. Hmm, indeed. Yeah. Okay, guys, we are waiting for someone to come on. Please do help the show and come on. That's how it starts. That's how the conversation begins. So do click on the link, help the show, help get the conversation flowing. All right. I'll continue reading the news, waiting for somebody to be kind enough to commence the conversation for the evening. Okay, so we'll go to Russia here. Russia says it has tested nuclear powered Burevestic missiles. Okay, Russia has tested the nuclear powered Burevestnik cruise missile. Moscow's top general has said, we have launched a multi hour flight of a nuclear powered missile, and it covered 14,000 kilometers in distance, which is not the limit. The chief of general staff, Valery Gerasimov, told President Vladimir Putin in a televised meeting. The low-flying experimental weapon, first announced in 2018, has been hailed as having a potentially unlimited range and the ability to evade missile defenses. Western experts have previously cast doubt over the missile's strategic value and Russia's claim of having successfully tested it. Putin said a final successful test of the weapon had been held in 2023, but the claim could not be independently verified. Of at least 13 known tests, only 2 have had partial success since 2016, according to an arms control campaign group. Okay. General Gerasimov said the missile was in the air for 15 hours during the test on the 21st of October. He said the missile's vertical and horizontal maneuvering were tested and were found to be up to specification, according to Russia's TASS news agency. There you go. Okay. Well, whether you believe them or not, there's still a lot of trouble in the air. Okay. So Divine Hazel says that her mailbox was knocked down by a drunk 16-year-old driver. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. Deary me. Deary me indeed. Oh. Maybe we'll have a look at the collapse and see what's been said there, shall we? If I can find it. I think I'm on it now. Hopefully you can see that. Hopefully. Rightio then. Let's see. Let's go for top news on the collapse. Right. 1,200 people have been disappeared from Alligator Alcatraz. 2/3 of the people sent there just gone. So this is a picture of Alligator Alcatraz, and you can see there they've got some kind of yard, and the people there have made SOS for the passing media. Let's see what this is about then. This is called This is from the Ice Watch subreddit. I mean, you got to take this as obviously biased. It may not be true because it's obviously on the side of those who are up to ice. But yeah, it doesn't look like a nice place to be indeed. But hey ho, what's America supposed to do with people who don't have any documents and potentially have criminal records or are doing criminal things? What are they meant to do? Give me your views on it if you have any. You know, give me your views. It's a difficult situation, no doubt, because there are some tragic cases where people are trying to get away from trouble, start afresh. And they're not terribly bad people, but they are in the mix of all of this. So, yeah, it's I'm sure there's lots of tragedy all around. Okay, this looks interesting. The anti-tech backlash is going to grow stronger. Oh, okay. Let's have a look at this one. I've clicked on the link there. It's to the Jacobin website, jacobin.com. I'll share this page now. There we go. This is on jacobin.com, and the headline is "The Anti-Tech Backlash is Going to Grow Stronger." It's by one Ollie Haynes. The deleterious impact of technology on everyday life is generating a growing backlash in Western societies. At its most radical fringe, this includes a political subculture that promotes a violent struggle against technological civilization. Okay. In August, okay, this is a review of Stop the Machines, The Rise of Anti-Technology Extremism by Mauro Librano. Okay, that is in 2025. Apparently, it's been published this year. So anyway, this article begins. In August 2011, a mail bomb exploded at the Monterrey Institute for Technology and Higher Education in Mexico. Two scientists at the institute were injured, one mildly, escaping with light burns, the other more seriously, with shrapnel from the bomb piercing his chest and perforating his lung. At first, the Mexican authorities did not know who had carried out the attack. State Attorney General Alfredo Castillo Cervantes told the press that it might have been the action of a criminal gang or perhaps a disgruntled student. Yet they soon realized that it had been a deliberate terrorist attack. The bombing formed part of a campaign against scientists involved in the development of nanotechnologies. The perpetrators called themselves the individualists trending towards the wild. It's a group that would go on to proudly adopt the label eco-extremist. The worldview espoused by the individualists, nature is good, civilization is evil, sums up the ethos of a variety of groups and ideologies. Building on the legacy of figures like Ted Kaczynski, the Unabomber, they want to bring down techno-industrial civilization in a protracted guerrilla war against what they call the mega machine. This political subculture is the subject of Mauro Librano's new book, Stop the Machines. Librano analyzes the development of anti-technology extremism and predicts that it will grow in significance as the impact of technology on human life becomes ever more overbearing. It goes on to say three currents. Now, just quickly check the stream to see if it's working. Your comments. Yes, please hit the like button for DNW, as the lovely Divine Hazel says, and share the stream, guys, so we get new people here who might join the conversation and help us find Gnosis. That's what we're here for. I will continue reading this then, if I can find it. That is, there it is. Okay, so according to Librano, Anti technology extremism is an ideological current that pursues the eradication of technology as a whole, not individual pieces of technology, but the whole technological system. Looking at technology as a system in this way makes it impossible to distinguish between the positive and negative outcomes of technology. For adherents of this perspective, problems like climate breakdown, war, automation of labor, and the alienation of humans from nature are inevitable features of technology. And the only way to contest them is by attacking the system of techno industrial society itself. Anti tech extremism isn't a pure ideology that operates independently of other concerns. Rather, it combines with other ideologies to form new worldviews that share a hostility to technological society. Lebrano identifies three types of anti tech extremist: the insurrectionary anarchists, the eco extremists, and eco fascists. Insurrectionary anarchists combine the fight against tech with their struggle against capital, the state, and the surveillance society, all of which they believe technological expansion has enabled. For Lebrano, eco extremists meld their hatred of technology with extremist interpretations of deep ecology, in which they take nature's side in a war between nature and humanity. Eco fascists blend anti technology views with white supremacy. For the eco fascist, technology as a system has allowed inferior races to circumvent Darwinianism. They believe that whites would inevitably dominate in the state of nature to which they seek to return. In Librano's analysis, anti tech extremists consider technology to have three components: material, so that's steel, silicon, etc., theological, an ideology of progress that allows technology to flourish, and human, those who create and benefit from the spread of technology. The last of these components is critical for understanding anti tech extremism, as the would be machine breakers regard some humans as a cog within the machine, which for Lebrano means that to break the machine, you have to target humans. He identifies one figure, Kaczynski, as the key inspiration for this outlook. Between the late 1970s and his capture by the FBI in 1996, Kaczynski set a series of mail bombs to universities and airports in America that killed 3 people and injured 27. According to Rabrano, if you want to be an anti tech extremist, you have to deal with Kaczynski. There is no way that you cannot. It's like wanting to be a communist without dealing with Marx. Each of the three currents draws on Kaczynski in different ways. Insurrectionary anarchists embrace his distinction between tools, objects that you can create yourself without relying on broader networks, and technology for which you are dependent on others. Eco fascists draw inspiration from his primitive lifestyle. Lebrano reports the fact that he lived in a self made cabin in Montana appeals a lot to their worldview. Although some insurrectionary anarchists don't believe in targeting people rather than property, groups that lie within all three of these of the tendencies Lebrano identifies have attacked or killed people over the last 15 years. Eco extremist groups like the ITS and the pagan sect of the Mountain carried out several bomb attacks on technological researchers that previously injured several people in Mexico and Chile. They also falsely claimed responsibility for several murders. In 2012, an insurrectionary anarchist group in Italy called the Informal Anarchist Federation kneecapped the boss of a nuclear engineering firm in Genoa. It justified the attack in the following terms: the science technology pairing has never been at the service of humanity. In its deepest essence, it shows the imperative need to eliminate everything that is irrational, to dehumanize, to annihilate, to effectively destroy humanity. Unsurprisingly, the tendency with the highest kill count is eco fascism, which has inspired several lone wolf shootings. The Telegram Collective is an online network of white supremacists that circulates propaganda and encourages members of the network to kill. 35 crimes have been attributed to members of the collective, including several mass shootings. The anti tech extremism of Telegram is evident in its ideology as well as the acts it promotes in the real world. Kaczynski has his place in the pantheon of saints that members of the network glorify. Telegram describes its strategy as one of militant accelerationism, deliberately intensifying trends to bring about collapse and reap the rewards. According to Lebrano, this approach flows from a sense that the world as we know it will soon end and usher in something new. Inspired by this outlook, members of the collective carried out multiple attacks on substations in the United States in a bid to collapse the power grid. This was a practical application of anti tech politics that aimed to reduce technological complexity while allowing fascists to take power during the chaos. Other fascist mass shooters have also drawn on anti tech ideas. Lebrano emphasizes that commentators have generally overlooked the anti tech ideas contained in the manifesto of Patrick Crusius, the shooter who murdered 23 mostly Hispanic people at a Walmart in El Paso in 2019, along with his xenophobic hatred of Mexicans who were supposedly engaged in an invasion of the United States. Crusius's manifesto draws on anti-tech ideas. He also mentions the fact that his dream job will probably be automated, and therefore the combination of mass migration and automation in the workplace will likely mean that all his future dreams will remain dreams. He will not be able to realize them. The author of this article, Haynes, spoke to Lebrano and asked him, this is the guy that wrote the book, why studying these trends is worthwhile if they operate on a relatively small scale. He argues that people often ask, how could we not see this coming when new forms of terrorism break through to the collective consciousness in a spectacular display of violence? What sets the far right and anarchist strands of anti tech extremism apart from previous forms of terrorism is that they are often increasingly post organizational, relying on a leaderless approach and networks where membership is more or less fluid. These networks come together on apps like Telegram or Discord. Ironically, it is technology itself that facilitates those seeking to overthrow the technological order. Lebrano has conducted his work within the field of academic terrorism and political violence studies, a discipline that can make policy recommendations to states looking to deal with terrorism. I asked him about the risk that panic around anti tech extremism could lead to a crackdown on more nuanced tech critical perspectives from explicit ones like the reappraisal of the Luddites occurring in books like Gavin Muller's Breaking Things at Work and Brian Merchant's Blood in the Machine, to the more implicit challenge that gig worker unions pose to the oppressive conditions generated by exploitative tech platforms. Lebrano makes a distinction between a totalized extremist backlash against technology and the arguments of a writer like Mueller, who says that history has not been kind to the Luddites because the Luddites were not anti tech at all. They were against the unmitigated introduction of technology in the production process. But they were not anti technology as such. More broadly, he warns against a clampdown in the name of securitization. If we were to respond to a surge of anti technology violence by demonizing everyone who displays a critical perspective on technology, we're just furthering and confirming the narrative of these groups. In the West, pessimism about the role of technology in society is growing. A recent Gallup News poll found that 75% of Americans believe that AI will reduce the number of jobs, while just 33% trust that businesses will use AI responsibly. According to a survey conducted in the UK earlier this year, nearly half of those aged between 18 and 25 wish the internet had never been invented. And 68% said they feel worse after spending time on social media. This pessimism, particularly around AI, offers fertile soil for the spread of ideas that reject technology in its entirety. In France, the group Anti-Technology Resistance is currently recruiting in ecologist circles and joining campaigns against the construction of resource-consuming data centers in poor areas on the outskirts of major cities like Paris and Marseille. ATR is a non-violent group. Although it refers to Kaczynski, it draws on his later writings that advocated political organization in preference to mail bombing, with the intention to stop and dismantle the technological system born from the first industrial revolution. Society, according to Lebrano, needs to promote a different way for us to relate to technology, a way that puts humans and our relationships with our nature and one another back at the center. Anti technology extremists don't pose an existential threat to society, but they are a symptom of a growing malaise associated with technological saturation. As governments in the West bet the house on AI, we can expect a backlash against technology in many different forms to continue. Nice article there by Ollie Haynes in at jacobin.com. Thank you for that very much indeed. So we might go back to the Reddit now. What else there is? Is anybody here who's on this stream, who's listening? Do say hello if you're there. I do hope you are exceedingly well. The link is in the chat if you want to come on here and speak about this or that. Actually, I'm just going to send out a Discord invite to somebody. Mr. Tracking, see if he's around. Been on here. Let me happening. I will go back and read the Reddit page here. So we'll go to the top articles on the subreddit. Oh yes, I heard this last week. There were mosquitoes in Iceland for the first time, apparently. Let's look this up. Let's look this up, shall we? Okay. So someone has done the good service of collating all the information from the Collapse subreddit here. Okay, so last week in Collapse. This is Last Week in Collapse, a weekly newsletter compiling some of the most important, timely, soul-ironic, amazing or otherwise that must-see, can't look away moments in Collapse. This is the 200th weekly newsletter. Oh, lovely. Okay. Okay, so there was a 28-page report on net zero banking, and the goals concluded that the number of major banks willing to stop investing in new oil, gas, coal projects is zero. Okay. Overall, the 36 banks surveyed scored an average of 18% on the net zero banking assessment framework, with only 2 banks scoring above 30%, but still beneath the 40% necessary, apparently, a pass mark, I suppose. Anyway, Brazil's state-owned oil corporation, Petrobras, was granted approval to explore for oil 500 kilometers from the mouth of the Amazon River, about 160 kilometers from the coast. Exploratory drilling is set to begin immediately and conclude in March. Meanwhile, Iraq's strategic water reserves have hit 8% of their total capacity, leading some to call for emergency measures. Following a month of relaxed fireworks prohibitions in the run up to Diwali, New Delhi's air pollution spiked on a tornado outside Paris. What left one dead when it brought down a construction crane, seriously injuring several others. What the hell? I never heard about this. I'm going to have to open it up, but there has been a notification here. Someone's here. We have tracking. He is here.
Hey,
Hello
I
to Mr.
thought.
Tracking. I do hope exceedingly well.
Hi, do not watch.
Are you
I
well?
thought you told me you couldn't use Reddit. I thought you told me that you were also banned from it, or was that a misapprehension?
I can't comment on it. I can't comment on any comment. Do you understand?
Oh, I see. All right. Yeah, no,
So
no,
when
no.
I
I do
yeah
understand. Yes, my account's actually the same. Well, all of them, by the way. Yes, I was banned from Reddit
yeah.
years ago. It's
Hmm.
a great shame because I find it a very user-friendly website for the most part, but it's staffed by awful people who just anyway, I don't want to derail the subject of this stream by talking about my hatred for that one website. It's
All right.
just then
Here's a
it needs to be
tornado
taken over by better people.
in France. Yeah.
Oh, there's
Here's a
been a
tornado in
tornado in
France
France.
last week going across, and apparently one person got killed. You know about this? Can you see that on video?
I can.
Can you
The
see the video I'm
frame
showing?
rate's kind of laggy. It's hard to see. Although, yeah, I didn't hear about this tornado. First of all, I didn't know tornadoes could form in Europe. I thought there was something that mainly happened in the tropics or in the Americas. And second, the big news from France that I've that's been
Look at
all
this.
over my feed has been the theft of the crown jewels.
Yes.
Wow. They've blown down trees. It's funny, I'm sure you're aware we had a storm of sorts, nothing like this. We didn't have a tornado, but we had a storm raging the past couple of days, and it just so happens to share my name.
Really?
Fancy having, yes,
Any?
Storm Benjamin. Ugh. Yeah, that's
Oh,
right.
okay.
So you can imagine all my mom, my dad, my grandparents have all been teasing me about that.
Yeah,
It's
they've been saying, Benny, you've been breaking wind again. Yeah.
no, but I'm
Right.
glad
I'm just
that
going to keep
no
reading
one's
this for a
given them
second.
that
So yeah,
idea.
that was last Monday, I
Ah,
believe. A tornado outside Paris left one dead when it brought down a construction crane. So yeah, and it injured others seriously as well. Swiss officials are acknowledging the inevitable collapse of their glaciers and urging increased early warning systems to prevent future tragedies. Okay. Um, a coastal city in the Cameroon hit a new October high of 34.9 degrees Celsius before also hitting a new minimum nighttime temperature of 25.6 degrees Celsius. Wow. A third think tank associated with the US Democratic Party suggests not talking about climate change as much because it may harm their electoral ambitions. A September poll found that voters believe climate change is their number one issue, while it ranks at number 7 in voter importance. Numbers 1 to 3 in importance relate to the economy and healthcare. A small Japanese island last week saw a new October high of 33 degrees Celsius. Several locations within Thailand set new October's high, as did one place in Indonesia. The UN General Secretary admitted that we are not limiting warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius. We will not be able to contain the global warming below 1.5 degrees in the next few years. Yeah, that's old news. We knew that they wouldn't be able to do that. The 2025 State of the Climate Report was published on Wednesday, And the 137-page document outlines a number of doomy conclusions. Humanity broke new records for global coal consumption, but not coal generated electricity. The global sense of climate urgency is fading rather than intensifying, and the total road emissions have just about doubled when compared to 1990. Wow. Wow. Did you hear that?
Total road
One of
emissions
the,
doubled
yeah,
since 1990.
one of the 45 indicators assessed is on track to achieve its 1.5 degree Celsius aligned benchmark for 2030. Efforts to reduce coal fired power must accelerate by more than 10 times this decade, equivalent to retiring nearly 360 average size coal fired power plants each year through 2030. While progress in halting permanent forest loss must simultaneously accelerate ninefold, a growing global backlash among corporate and political leaders against environmental, social, and governance principles has prompted several leading corporations to retreat from their commitments. New national commitments barely make a dent in closing the 26.6 to 29.9 GT CO2 gap in 2035, needed to limit warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius. Okay. Um, a paywall study they've linked to here found that burnt biomass is making its way into the layer above the atmosphere, the stratosphere. Long thought not to mix much with each other due to tropopause. The authors write that increased particulate matter in the stratosphere changes the way that part of the atmosphere works. It changes the way it handles heat. It heats up faster. That doesn't sound good, does it, tracking?
Sorry, could you, let me just catch up with what you just said. Yes,
Read it out loud.
the increased particulate matter in the stratosphere changes the way that part of the atmosphere works. Am I right in thinking that this article is trying to imply that because there's been a disillusionment in green energy and E- uh, ESG initiatives that have taken place among governments and corporations, and uh, because of CO2 emissions, incidents like the tornado that happened in Paris a week ago are happening. Is that the essential premise
Yeah,
of this
they're
article?
linking them. They are linking them to climate change generally on this subreddit. Yeah.
I see. So is the theme of this stream going to be about climate change?
No, no, it's just that I just happened to dip into it. I mean, we can talk about it if you want to, but I was just dipping. I'm just reading a newsletter from the climate. Sorry, the collapse subreddit. It's a subreddit where they talk about the collapse of global industrial civilization and climate change, or climate heating, as our friend Cougar W would call it.
I see. Well, I have my own views on that. I don't know if I have permission to announce them here because, well,
You do.
uh,
But can you wait one moment? We'll try
yeah,
and read some more of the newsletter, and then we'll talk about it afterwards. So, another study on stratospheric aerosol injection, a proposed geoengineering technique, probably has a more limited potential than earlier believed due to complications in geopolitics, possible negative environmental consequences, and the lack of any easily obtainable compound to scatter at large scale. Meanwhile, a company is planning to launch thousands of huge space mirrors to reflect light onto a particular 5 kilometer spot on Earth's surface, extending the time for solar power and plant growth. That's interesting. Um, Another paywall study points to the year 2000 as not quite a tipping point, but a moment when the Arctic climate system began to undergo clear shifts to a new warm paradigm. For instance, pre 2000 to post 2000 observational probabilities of 1.5 standard deviation events increased by 20% for atmospheric heat waves, 76.7% for the Atlantic layer warm events, 83.5% for Arctic sea loss, Arctic sea ice loss, and 62.9% for the Greenland ice sheet melt. The scientists write. Okay. A study hypothesizes what would happen if centuries in the future humans managed to achieve sustained net negative emissions 70 plus years after rising global temperatures. The prognosis is that the deep Southern Ocean may still release or burp out large amounts of heat which had accumulated over a long time. After several hundred years of net negative emissions and gradual global cooling, abrupt discharge of heat from the ocean leads to a global mean surface temperature increase of several tenths of a degree that lasts for more than a century. Okay, it goes on and on, guys. I'll stop reading it here, but it is a very detailed newsletter. Wow, something to take a look at in your own time. Anyway, I'm going to stop reading random articles on conversation with our guests. And anybody who wants to come on here, please do feel very welcome. We can talk about whatever you'd like. Just join using the link in the chat and feel free to come on and get whatever you want to get off your chest here right now. Hello to Christian, who says cheers.
Hi, Christian.
Yes, Roman or Retro, do come on. He says he has other subjects to talk about. Yes, what's the theme? Well, if you want to come on and change the theme, if you want to throw a swerve ball and make it about whatever you want to talk about, that's fine with me. Do come on. The link is in chat and I'll share it again just so you can definitely get on. Anyway, tracking, you were going to say something about climate change, your views on it.
All right. Well, I didn't mean to sound disrespectful earlier while you're reading out that article because I can see this is something you're deeply invested in. I think based on the enthusiasm with which you read that article, I think there's a part of you that believes that there's an incoming and imminent collapse of civilization and it will be partially related to global warming. Is that a reasonable assumption, or have I got you figured wrong?
I don't think it's imminent. I don't think it's imminent, but I do think unless we do something technologically, we are moving that way.
Well, I would agree. I don't think that climate change is resulting in imminent collapse of our civilization, and I do think a lot of it is to do with scaremongering. Even if, and there have been studies to show that there has been a 1 or 2 degrees Celsius increase in global temperatures since records were first put in place since the early 1900s. Uh, Forgive me if my knowledge of the facts is a little hazy, because this isn't really an area of science in which I consider myself an expert. I feel that for the most part, it's used as the discussion around climate change is often used as a moral cudgel by people in charge, by elites, to enact policies which sound quite idealistic and in principle few people would disagree with. Like, of course we want to keep on living, we don't want the planet to die out, but in practice it results in a series of unequal uh, initiatives and policies which, first of all, don't aren't economically sound or sustainable, and second, they impact people in the lower classes of society more than the large. And off the top of my head, not everything, to be sure, not everything that is branded as green or clean energy is a bad idea. But personally, I speak as somebody who drives a Toyota Aygo hatchback from the 2000s. It runs on petrol. Now, I could go on all day about why petrol is so expensive, but I know that if I could afford to get an electric car, I would save so much money in terms of upkeep and overheads, because electric cars are more expensive, but they are much cheaper to run. So I don't disagree. If if they can convince you to do something which saves you money, then I got no problem with that. But then there are other things. There are other things that they do, and they use the rhetoric of climate change to justify it, which I don't agree with. I mean, one example would be, and I actually ranted about this on my previous channel, is how we make a point of not using coal anymore. We're a post-industrial society. We stopped mining for coal in the 1980s under Thatcher, and we continue to not reopen the coal mines on the grounds that it's not clean energy, except we import coal from America. So, so first of all, this whole spiel about us not relying on fossil fuels to help the environment, it's all empty, pretentious nonsense. And second, we're economically sabotaging ourselves in the process. And another example I remembered. Now, this will sound so egregious, you'll think that I'm making this up, but I promise you, I can find you the news article, and you'll have to read it and blink twice as you're reading it because it can scarcely be believed. There's a story of this Scottish energy firm who felled somewhere like 100 or 200 trees in this woodland somewhere, so they could put up these electric wind turbines. And you see these I can't even articulate using human language how baffled I am by stories like this. But the overall impression, and it's not just this, it's the fact that there's a sense of hypocrisy around the world, and that we impose these standards of clean and green energy on ourselves, um, while on the other hand, we regularly import manufactured goods from places like China and India, which have absolutely zero regard for clean energy. And they are by far a much larger share of the global population than we are. So the fact that they use fossil fuels, and collectively, India and China, they're something like a third of the global population, where we don't even come close. They are having a profoundly negative impact on the planet than we are. So why is it that we are being forced to comply with these clean energy standards when they're not, when they are actively harming the environment more than we are? It's the overall impression. It's not that I disagree with it in principle. It's just that it is so unworkable within the framework of geopolitics and what's the phrase? Realpolitik. It just seems like hypocrisy, and it's for that main reason that I dislike the conversation surrounding it. And I suspect this is partly to do with why people are becoming increasingly jaded and apathetic. And I suspect it explains in part why Trump got elected and why he's been reopening factories in the Rust Belt. And he took them out, America, out of the NATO climate change summit or whatever it was. So anyway, those are my thoughts on that. I'm
Some good
sorry that
thoughts
this.
there,
I'm
tracking.
sorry that
No,
this is
no,
a
no.
boring
S-
topic.
So, no, you're saying that to Kermit. Yeah, Kermit says boring topic. Well, Kermit, it's an open panel, so feel free to come on and excite us all, stimulate us all with whatever topic you feel would be more entertaining or more, worthy of our time. Yeah, so I'll tell you what, tracking. I'm always interested in doing this. Can you peruse the news and just whatever catches your eye as something you feel is pertinent for our, conversation? Would you care to maybe read out the article, tell us about it, and then maybe we can discuss it? Is that okay? Just go to a random
Um.
whatever news source you use. I'm not going to tell
Okay.
you what to do. Whatever news
All
source
right.
you use.
Okay. Here's a
And
here's
whilst we're
a
waiting for that
story.
guy, anybody else wants to come on, please do come on. Oh, he's already found. Okay, well, tracking. I'm going to go and put the kettle on. I'm going to listen to you
All
explain it.
right.
Read the article, explain it,
Uh,
and then we'll talk about it afterwards. I'll be right back.
okay, this is probably going to be regarded as quite an emotionally charged article, and I don't think it's possible to adopt a stance of neutrality in a story like this. You will either be outraged by what I'm about to read, or you'll be outraged at the fact that I am reading it and not about the content of the story itself. But anyway, so this relates to, I don't know if you guys remember a couple of months ago, there was this foreign criminal called Hadush Kabatu. He was he was one of those quote unquote asylum seekers. I say this in parentheses because our asylum seeker, our asylum system is completely broken. There's simply no meaningful way that we can discern the real, genuine asylum seekers, people who are fleeing war and persecution, from those economic economic refugees and chancers who are just here to take advantage of a broken system and get free money. Anyway, this guy Hadush Kabatu, he was he was a few weeks fresh off the boat. He came here on a dinghy, and then he sexually assaulted three girls. One of them, I think he just went up to her and kissed her without his consent, and the girl was only 14. Now, I don't want to speculate too much about why someone would do that, but essentially, this is not the kind of person that should be allowed in any country, any civilized society, because that kind of behavior is just not acceptable. And I'm not saying I'm not trying to advance that there's any kind of double standard. I'm not trying to say that it's okay that we do it. It's just that in the case of foreign criminals doing this kind of thing, immigrants or people off the boats, it's theoretically preventable in that we can stop them from coming. And at the very least, we can look into their background to see if they are one of these wrong uns. But anyway, this guy, he got fresh off the boat and he went around on this sexually harassing rampage and just completely disrespecting the boundaries of these small children. And he was being billeted in this hotel in Epping, which is in Essex, sort of outside London. It's a very small village and town. And the locals who lived there were furious, so they went out and protested, and they demanded that the hotel in Epping was shut down. And some of the protests got a little bit rowdy. In some cases, the protests got close, not quite as rowdy as the violence that we all saw in August of last year. And it's really interesting how this schism between ordinary people and the authorities, I don't remember it being there before 2020. There's a massive gulf. I think most people will agree. If you're in the UK right now, there is an emerging gulf between ordinary people and our elected representatives and our ruling class and our authorities. And the main reason for this is immigration, but there's a whole host of other reasons, not the least of which being economic inequality, differences in ideological outlook, and things like that. But it does feel like we're transitioning into a new age. Anyway, I'm getting ahead of myself here. I need to wrap up this story and reference the article that I'm reading, because it turns out he's only just recently been recaptured. That's right. Why was he recaptured? Because he was let out of prison after being arrested for sexually assaulting three minors. Why was he released in the first place? Like, who was the official who signed off on the decision to let him walk out of there? I refuse to believe that this kind of thing happens by accident. And I refuse to believe that in pretty much the same way I refuse to believe that Axel Rudakabana, that demon hellspawn, was allowed to have access to a massive bucket of boiling water so he could chuck it at one of the prison guards at HMP Belmarsh. Anyway, if I sound like I'm raving and ranting, I'll try and get to the bottom of what I'm trying to say. I believe that there are some really wicked and incompetent people who sadly for us, they occupy key strategic positions in our government in our ministerial cabinet, and in our civil service. And they are turning this place into a madhouse. They're completely flouting the rule of law. They are they're urinating on our heads and telling us that it's raining. They're bringing in all kinds of foreign criminals from all corners of the globe, and they're assuring us, they're telling us with a straight face that these people are refugees fleeing war and persecution, when we know that that is patently not the case. And they are putting them in of all kinds of places where they really shouldn't be welcome, including in some places where they are a stone's throw away from a local school, where there are young children and vulnerable members of society. And some of the crimes that these people have committed have been so shocking. I mean, I'm grateful that nobody was killed by this Hadush Gabatu, but there was one. I remember reading this one story about this foreign migrant who walked up to a woman who was asleep at a park bench somewhere in, I think it was Hyde Park, London, and he raped her in her mouth, and she choked to death and died. And this happened a few years ago, but only recently he was sentenced for that. Now it takes a special kind of savage to be able to do that kind of thing. It, in I was going to say broad
Can
daylight, but
you
this
find
actually
that
happened at
article?
night.
Because I've never heard of it before.
Oh yes. Hold on. I'm gonna have to find this while I'm typing this. Yes, here it is. Where can I share the article? Oh, I know. I'll use the chat. Uh, wait, am I allowed to? Oh no. Sorry, that's a restream.io chat. Let me. I know. I'll share it here. It's a BBC News article, but let me just read it out for you right now. Man raped and killed unconscious woman on park bench. This is dated from 18th of October 2024, so it's a year old now. A sexual predator has been found guilty of the rape and manslaughter of a woman he attacked while she was unconscious on a park bench. Mohammed Edo, 35, repeatedly sexually assaulted 37-year-old Natalie Shotter in Southall Park in West London. So this wasn't Hyde Park; it was a different park. But anyway, and this happened years ago. Have you been able to find the article, DNW? Right. Well,
No, but you can read it and just
okay.
know what happened.
Okay. Juror, the Old Bailey heard Miss Shotter died of a heart attack caused by Lido raping her again and again. Okay, so it wasn't that she choked; it's that she died of a heart attack. Which, I mean, good God, that doesn't make it any less horrific. Jurors were not told of Lido's previous convictions for sexual offences. CCTV footage was shown of the NHS worker. So this woman she worked for the NHS as well, and I've made my thoughts very clear on NHS nurses and care workers. I think they are they're really good assets to any country. They are saints, and we need more of them. CCTV footage was shown of this NHS worker sitting on a bench with a different man when the defendant walked past and looked at them. Prosecution barrister Alison Morgan KC said, "What was the defendant doing there? What was he seeking to do, walking up and down the paths in the middle of the night and thinking about what his objectives must have been, seeking out a vulnerable woman to rape?" Jurors heard Miss Shotter was lying down, showing no clear movement for around half an hour before the defendant approached her. DNW, is it all right if I can screen share this for our stream, or is it important
Yep,
that?
yep. You can do that.
All right, let's. There we go. Is everyone reading? Is the stream showing what I'm looking at right now?
1 second, I've got to allow it on. So there you go. There, it's on now.
All right.
There you go.
So this is the woman who lost her life 4 years ago now. Further CCTV footage showed the defendant moving Miss Shotter's body around in different positions as he raped her. So he not only did he force himself on this sleeping woman, but he played with her body for a bit. It's just this was in a public park. obviously nobody must have been around and seen him do this, but with this level of savagery, you would have to question whether he would have stopped or whether he'd have cared if anyone had seen him to begin with. The defendant then drove back to his home in Hounslow via a shell garage where he stopped to buy cat food and a mouthwash. Miss Shotter was found dead by a passerby in the park in the early morning of the 17th of July 2021. Swabs were taken from her mouth area, matched DNA samples taken from the defendant. Miss Morgan told jurors, the prosecution's case is that Natalie died as a result of what was done to her by this defendant. I could read the rest of this article, but I need to wrap this up and give my thoughts. So, people, as I understand
Was
it, the
he?
assist.
One thing though, was he an undocumented migrant?
Yes, he was. Let me
Undocumented. Are you sure he was undocumented?
hold on. Let I might need to cross-reference this article with
Because if
some
he's not
other.
undocumented, it doesn't support the case you're trying to form. So you'll have to find out whether he is undocumented.
See, it's I will if what I've said has been found out to be untrue, then I will retract my comment and apologize. But
Yeah, no, that's what I mean. You'll just have to. You got a chance now. I'm asking you do your
okay,
little
so
bit of
far
research and
I
try and
do
find
not
out.
yeah, I currently I don't have evidence to say that he was somebody who came here as an undocumented immigrant, but I'm looking to see. I don't think he was born here. I'm gonna look around and see if if I can find out what the circumstances were of him being allowed here. And so far, and one of the big problems with these kinds of stories is that the media seems really quite they're really quite opaque with these stories. There's a lot of information that they don't like to volunteer unless it's being asked directly of them. So so I'm but anyway, if I do find
Yeah,
the
but
answer,
it was a horrible thing, a horrible man. Rest in peace to that poor woman. But you have got to be careful about saying things that aren't factually true, you know? So we will need a source for that about the undocumented nature of him, you know?
all I can't find any evidence pointing to where he was born or where he's even from. It doesn't say whether he was born in this country or whether he was born elsewhere. All it says is that he's a wicked, vile predator. And I find that rather peculiar because you would think for someone capable of this kind of cruelty, we need to get as much information as possible. What are the circumstances that would allow somebody to commit a crime of this magnitude? What kind of culture would he have been born and raised up in? Is this what British people are capable of? Is there a whole subculture of monsters who do this kind of thing in the UK? When did it start? Who's responsible for it? Uh, Goodness me. I yeah, there's plenty of information about the victim, but very little about the man who did this. All right, okay. I can't find any evidence to say that he is one of the undocumented immigrants, so I'm going to presume that he was born here, and I'm going to retract the false statement I made that he was an illegal immigrant. But there
Okay,
are, however,
we'll move
that being the
aside from that.
case,
That
that being the case, there are important questions that need to be asked. First, the first thing is this guy was not a stranger to breaking the law. He had a criminal record. He was actually he was already described as a predator, and jurors, interestingly, were not told about his previous criminal history. Why were they not told about his previous criminal history? And if indeed he had a history, then why was this guy allowed to walk anywhere he wanted in a public park without some kind of surveillance or monitoring? Why was he allowed to see the light of day? And this relates to the theme of which I was discussing earlier, which I think you were hoping to open up with the collapse of society or the completely unserious attitude that I feel people who run society are taking, which is effectively turning our civilization into an anarchy, which is so um, let me think. How do I put this? Which is so tantamount to there being a breakdown in civil society and law and order that it may as well be the case that our world is collapsing. Were you able to make
Well,
sense out of my rambling just now, or do you have an opinion on
no,
that?
you're basically taking this one story and a few other stories, and you're saying the world may be collapsing. I mean, I'm not so sure about that tracking. There has always been terrible, terrible stories about rape, child abuse, murder, terrorism, etc., etc. So I'm not sure if that's you can utilize that in any way to structure your argument that the world is collapsing. Um, if anything, you could say we are becoming a world with more surveillance, and that may be good in terms of preventing these things in the future. But also, it may be bad if we get a totalitarian regime who uses it for, the wrong reasons. But tracking, I just think it's a little bit of a leap to say the world is collapsing because of one or two rapes or murders. Sorry, can you shore up your argument a little bit
Oh,
for me?
okay. Hold on, I just found something. So there's been an FOI request. Somebody asked the Home Office in 2024 what was the immigration status for Mohammed Lido. So he wasn't from the UK, and the answer doesn't really give anything away. It's my thoughts are with the victims of these appalling crimes and their families, and I applaud the even in such appalling cases, the personal data of the perpetrators is exempt from release if disclosure would contravene any of the data protection principles, which in layman's terms means I don't want to give out this kind of information and I don't feel that I have to. But anyway, you asked me why I'm so sure that this one story that I pointed to now is evidence of society collapsing. Well, first of all, I need to qualify what I mean when I say collapsing. I mean if society in the sense that most people visualize it is something that works, it's a network of alliances that are so common and fundamental to our day-to-day existence that most of us don't even think about it. It's that I can walk to the shops
I'm going to
and
stop
buy
you. I'm going to
things.
stop you there for a second. Tracking. Just want to I just want to say what De Poop says. De Poop says the collapse of civilization is just the revelation that there never was a civilization in the first place. So you can factor that in as an attack on your perspective and maybe defend your perspective given that statement as well. I'd appreciate that.
Okay, well, it sounds to me like Der Poops has just expressed an opinion. Now, you're certainly entitled to believe that opinion if you want, but civilization isn't real, it's artificial. We're all simply maintaining relations with one another purely for, material benefit. But I'm not sure I agree with that opinion. I believe society or civilized society or uh, civilization, rather, it exists. You might scoff and roll your eyes at this, and I've actually, part of me disagrees with this too, but I believe it exists to benefit people who are collectively a part of it. And I do believe that most people, as a general rule, now you guys can groan at this if you want, but I believe most people are law abiding and want to do others good if possible. Now we can get into a whole different conversation about how selfish people are and how sometimes society imposes unrealistic expectations on all of us. But there are but at the end of the day, there are basic necessities of life which are so fundamental that we never really think about them unless they're being infringed. And one such example is justice and law and order. So we take it for granted, I was about to say, when we go out shopping, that we can, first of all, we can go out without being molested or accosted or attacked or robbed anything like that. We can, we can transact with people using a common currency of money, and we can go about our business without anything happening. Now, I realize society is infinitely more complex than that. That is just one that is just one, isolated instance of a society that works. But what I'm trying to say is stories like this point to a society that isn't working in the way it should. A society should be working, it should be functioning to the point where most people don't even care or notice it. But people will only care or notice if a society isn't working in the way that it should. And this is part of the reason why I pointed to stories like the woman who was raped to death on the park bench, and the earlier story I referenced about how this Epping migrant who'd sexually assaulted 3 young girls was recently just rearrested after being re-released from prison. The argument that I'm trying to
I just want
make.
to say, in case he's watching, I don't condone someone an effing migrant.
No, 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 no. I
Because
said
not.
Epping. Epping, not
Oh, sorry.
effing. Epping is the name
I
of the
misheard
is
that.
the Epping is
Go
the name.
ahead. Sorry.
I have much stronger language to describe people like this, so I wouldn't even say effing either. But anyway, Epping is the name of the town where he was based, where he was being lodged, and it's where he committed his crimes. Yes, I'm referencing Epping town. It's in Essex. Um, Wait, what was I saying before? Oh yeah, so the argument that I'm making that society is collapsing, I appreciate that it's a very liberal and expanded term of the word collapse, because when most people imagine collapsing society, they don't think of it as a slow, gradual process. They typically think of things that are more grandiose, like climate change, cataclysmic, uh, natural disasters like tornadoes or things like that, or AI becoming sentient and wiping out humanity. But there are lots of different ways society can collapse, and one of them is from within. One of them is the idea of rot. The idea that institutions have outlived their usefulness. They're not staffed by people who have a vision for the common good, who are just only in it for their own interests and to line their own pockets and to satisfy their own egos. And the point I'm trying to make is only in such a case, only in such a society that is rotting from within, can we expect to see ridiculous articles like these two. Now, these are only two very specific examples of stories that I pointed to, which are only a year apart, but I promise you there's plenty more. But I would say if you come across stories like this with enough regularity, and people come across it as well, then you would get the overall impression that something feels different in the air that did not exist before. Because you were trying to make the argument earlier that there's always been terrorisms, there's always been kidnappings, there's always been murders and rape and things like that. And that's true. I don't dispute that. But the difference is that one of the key differences is in terms of our reaction and the level of trust and legitimacy we would have in the institutions, the system, in dealing with and rectifying the injustices that happened. And that's what I believe. That is why I believe things are different now compared to, say, even 20 or 30 years ago. That's why I say that stories like this are an example of how our society is declining. And I welcome to hear whether you agree or disagree with me on that.
I mean, I get what you're saying, and I do think there's huge problems with undocumented people. We don't know who they are, and I think the problem is there may well be there's lots of problems because there may be justified reasons they don't have documents in some cases, because if you are fleeing a war-torn region, then you may not have any documents because your house may have been blown up, for example. But other than that, I don't know why you wouldn't have documents. Maybe they were taken off you, perhaps by, I don't know, some regime or whatever. But there could be many reasons why people don't have documents. But aside from that, I think it is problematic putting undocumented people into built up areas whilst we figure out who they are, what they're about. So I don't know why we couldn't have. I know this sounds brutal, but I don't see any other way. I don't know why we couldn't have camps built with
I
fences.
agree.
Um,
Yeah,
that don't look. I'm not saying put them, let them sleep on concrete slabs. I'm saying give them a relatively comfortable existence, but do it in a confined space that they can't get out of. because if they're willing to get away from their country of origin, and they're willing to do it with such a dangerous route, then surely they'll be willing to put up with being in a camp for a while we figure out what they're about and do tests on them, like psychological evaluations, and even just to analyze their behavior, etc., etc. Because it does seem that even in some of these hotels, they are kicking off and acting like savages, throwing chairs, fighting, etc. This is at least what I hear in the media. I don't know. It could be false reporting. We've got to be very careful. But I just think the sane thing to do is to have camps built that have fences that are secure to keep these individuals in while they are processed, and but also to work harder to stop this happening, to stop people. I mean, I don't know, tracking, why people have to come to the UK. Why can't they stay in France? If they've already made it in
Exactly.
France, why do they have to come on to the UK? It doesn't actually make sense. Um, like I would say there's an element. There has to be an element of disingenuity. It has to be. It has to be disingenuous in some way, because if you're fleeing a place and you land in mainland Europe, well, is that not good enough? I mean, some of the European countries are fantastic. So why do you have to keep going to the UK?
Yeah, exactly. This is the question. This is the question that should be asked more on programs like BBC Question Time. But it's a question you never hear. If you ever watch the mainstream media, you never hear these kinds of questions. Nobody ever answers them. The only question, every time stories like this break about, every time that the topic turns to asylum seekers, it's automatically presumed as a fact that all the people coming here are, first of all, A, they are legitimate asylum seekers, which we know that is simply not true, and B, that they're women and children. And again, even UN statistics and just basic observation proves that a lot of them are adult men. And just on principle, even if you were an adult male who was fleeing your country from asylum seeker, why would you leave? Why would you leave your family behind? Surely it should be the other way around. Your family should flee and go to a safe country, and you should stay behind. Now, maybe I sound a little idealistic here, but it's just in principle, my pride and my honor as a man demands that
No,
I
but
would stay
I
behind.
can see, tracking, that there are. I see, tracking, there may be individual cases where people are individually persecuted.
They would.
It may not be.
Well, individually, perhaps you might be true, but anyway, that's just one that's just one personal gripe I have. Another is exactly as you said earlier. If you really are an asylum seeker, then really what you ought to do is claim asylum in the first safe country that you land in. So, and we know that a lot of these people have been through many different countries, and some of them are literally waiting at in Calais to catch a ferry to come across to the UK. That is when they're not just getting rubber dinghies and being picked up and ferried across by the French Coast Guard to come over here. We all know this is happening, but the media never talks about it. Uh, these talking points are never brought up on mainstream media, and of course,
Some of this,
whenever
though,
the politicians
some of
discuss
this
it,
is
they never
related
do it.
to. Some of this, though, is related to vulnerable people being chaperoned by criminal gangs. So they may well be fleeing somewhere, and but they are beholden to criminal gangs who are promising them a way out. So
Well,
that
that's
may be.
true. I'm sure. Look, I'm sure that a lot of. I'm not saying that every single one of these people coming off the boats are ne'er do wells who are just here to get free money and do us harm. It may well be that some of them are just people who wanted to escape a life of poverty, and some of whose lives really were in danger. So they got in league with some criminal gangs who promised them easy money and a way out. And it and stories like the ones I pointed out, they certainly make the headlines, but statistically speaking, they're very small. Um, However, the problem is, how can we be in a position to know whether the average person off the boat is one of those terrible people like the one I spoke about in the news article, or if he isn't. Can we afford to jeopardize the safety and well being of ordinary British people, like that woman who fell asleep on the park bench, just for the sake of making a point about accommodating displaced people around the world? We should be a nation of law and order. And I've said this before, I believe for us to be satisfied and to feel safe and secure in ourselves, we need to be satisfied in our the civilization that we're a part of. It needs to have law and order, and the law and order needs to be seen to be enforced impartially and fairly. And that's the thing, because if you're part of a society that is decadent and has laws but never enforces them, or enforces them arbitrarily and in an imperfect manner, then this, I believe, is psychologically damaging to us. It makes us pessimistic and cynical about the world, about humanity, and about ourselves. And not the least of which, again, this relates back to the story of that Epping migrant who was released from prison. It's an injustice, to be honest, that he was allowed to come here in the first place, given that he had a criminal history. But why was he allowed to walk out of prison again? And why did he need to be captured? And does anyone believe for 1 second that that was done by accident or by error? Were we born yesterday? Uh, so, yeah, anyway, it's things like this, I do believe, are pertinent regarding our discussion of a collapsing society. Because if a society is not functioning in the way that it should, then everyone suffers, and it feels equivalent to a collapse, even though most people won't conceptualize a collapse in the way that I am describing it. Sorry, I hope I haven't gone off topic. What was it that you were
Yeah,
saying a moment ago?
agnostic agrees, saying almost nobody's mentioning the Dublin regulation. Yeah, so that's about where people have to register for their asylum. You know, the first country you enter in Europe. Um,
Oh, is that what it's
and
called? The Dublin
yeah,
regulation.
it was
Yes, I
yeah,
think I come across this before. So it's the Dublin Convention that says you have to claim asylum in the first safe country that you come to. Yes, no. That's yeah. Nobody seems to be talking about this because most of the people coming here don't seem to know what that is, or if they do, they they prefer
yeah.
to pass
Dublin
through a lot of safe
regulation.
countries. You know
Indeed,
something? Now, this
indeed.
is this is just a point of view that I have, and you're welcome to agree or disagree. But my theory as to why so many of these people are coming to the UK specifically and skipping over a lot of other European countries is it's to do with money. You see, a month ago, Starmer and Macron had a little conversation where they were trying to work out a bilateral agreement where they could trade each other's illegal immigrants and manage and control their borders more effectively. And what Starmer did was this completely pointless and ridiculous policy called one in, one out. Perhaps you've heard of it. Anyway, the deal fell through. It's not working, and no one thought it would work anyway. But Macron, the French president, he said to Starmer something which was really enlightening. He said, you guys, you British, you need to do something about your benefits and your welfare system. You're making it incredibly easy for them to come here. And those are Macron's words, by the way. Those aren't mine. Those are not the words of a nutty right-wing conspiracy theorist. In fact, let me go on Google right now and type this in so that I can reference the article.
I'd
You
also like
still
to
there?
know, how does it compare to the French system of welfare?
Well, I can't comment on what the French welfare system is like because I've never lived in France and I've never claimed benefits in France.
about the French is that if you're in a job and you get ill, I heard this before, that basically whatever your salary was, or maybe half your salary, or anyway, it's higher than the UK amount. So basically, for a period of time, you get your salary whilst you're ill from the government,
Are
even
you
if it's
saying?
like 90, even if it's like 90,000 a year, or whatever. That I've heard that before.
Oh man, there's this brilliant article that I came across, but I can't read it because it's behind a paywall. And the
That's
Wayback
what
Machine.
that's. Oh, the Wayback Machine doesn't have it.
No, the way it used to be the case that there was this little hack you could do where if you take an article from a website like the Telegraph and you paste the URL in the Wayback Machine, you can read the article without having to and bypass the paywall. But it seems like, I mean, based on my computer, it seems like they might have patched that. I don't know.
Mm.
Anyway, it says here Macron blames Starmer for migrant crisis. Yes. All right. So here here's a very specific quote from the article. It's dated 8th of July 2025. Emmanuel Macron is demanding that Sir Keir Starmer make Britain less appealing to channel migrants to secure a one in, one out deal. Now, I wish I could read the rest of the article in context. Oh, hold on. Ah, yes. No, there's another website that has the same story here. The French Macron, who yesterday vowed to work with Britain to curb channel crossings, hopes the Prime Minister will agree to a three-part ultimatum to alleviate the pressures. The French president is said to be putting pressure on Starmer to clamp down on illegal migrants exploiting the UK's black market for labour and welfare payments. All right. Now, if Macron is exaggerating or if he's lying, why else would they be coming here? Why would all these displaced persons of the world who may or may not be genuine refugees or economic migrants, why is it that they are skipping past so many safe countries and coming specifically for the UK or Scandinavia? That's something to think about, isn't it? Because if it was a safe country that they were really looking for, then they wouldn't need to traverse across and hop across all those different borders. And not to mention, it's incredibly dangerous. It's really risky to travel around the world like that on a dinghy. It shows you something about why these people are taking the risks. It's not so they can be safer. It's for something else. It's to show you about the adventurous spirit of these young men and what they're really looking for. It's lucre. It's loot. Now I don't want to sound like I'm being contemptuous of these people. In some ways, I tell you this, I probably wouldn't be ballsy enough to do something like that. I wouldn't leave my country in a dinghy. It would just be I'm I don't have the testosterone for it. I'll be the first to admit. But there's definitely, if you live in an impoverished country where there aren't a lot of job opportunities, or a country riddled with violence, and you hear that there's a country thousands of miles away where the streets are paved with gold, they literally give you free money and free housing, and on top of that, you can even work as an unregistered employee for a food delivery company like Deliveroo or Uber Eats, which incidentally is what a lot of these illegal migrants are secretly. Another reason how they're earning money at our expense. You can essentially make a lot of money, and the best part is if you've got a family back home, you can send this money back to them in the form of remittances. In some case, well, if nothing else, I'm I'll 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 extol the fact that they have family values, some of them, that they care about their family. I guess that's noble in a sense, but that doesn't mean we should allow it. And again, the fact that all this is going on in a society that is supposed, a prerequisite, a pillar, a cornerstone of a functional society is that we have laws and that they are enforced. But all of these connected stories, they all paint a very bleak picture of society in that we have laws, but they don't work, or they're never enforced. And yeah, that's bad. It's very bad. I wonder if anybody else would like to come on and share some opinions. I'd like my views to be challenged more.
The link is in chat, guys. I am looking at the difference between the UK welfare system and the French one.
To be honest, I think you're looking for information in the wrong place. I think if you're looking for actual differences between what French people do with in terms of welfare and benefits, it's just the way I see it. If the French had a more generous system with benefits, the migrants would probably be coming over there, and they'd be leaving our country and going there. They'd be taking the path of least resistance. I think the fact that we are having such an issue now is proof that they see our country as a hot destination for this kind of thing. But there are other countries. I think the Swedes are also quite notorious for being generous with foreign migrants as well. Just a thought. So it could be that they're leaving the UK as well and leaving for greener pastures. Anyway, this is a topic that I take a great interest in. There's a podcast that I watch quite a lot of. It's called The Lotus Eaters. I typically watch every time a new video comes out. I find it very entertaining. There's a lot of personalities who I enjoy on that show, and I like how engaging their content is. They don't talk down to their audience. It's not like the mainstream media. Yeah. Anyway,
There was there
so
were a few demonstrations around the place, weren't there? Tracking recently, and there is shit happening in
demonstrations.
Ireland
Oh
as well. I
yeah,
heard.
yeah. Oh God, that reminds me. Yeah, there was rioting in, I think it was in Dublin a couple of days ago, because that's right, another young girl has been attacked by a foreign migrant. It's a young girl of, how old was this young girl? Oh, oh my goodness. She was only 10 years old, so really young. And you got to understand, if you're surprised at why the Irish are rioting at this, you got to bear in mind that this isn't the first time it's happened. The Irish, they were rioting a year before we were. What's really interesting about Ireland is that Ireland may appear a relatively large country, in terms of landmass. I think it's about a third the size of the UK, but its population is a lot smaller than ours. I think there's only around 7 or 8 million people who live there. And in terms of their overall population size, the number of people who they are taking in as asylum seekers and refugees is vastly larger than the amount that we're taking in. And so they're taking in way more people per capita than we are in a much shorter time as well. So the change, the social change that's happening in Ireland is a lot more noticeable. There's no way you cannot notice it. It's funny because in the UK we were having a lot of immigrants for decades, and since the 1940s we've been taking in immigrants, but since then, but there wasn't really a massive outbreak of anti-immigrant sentiment and rioting like anything we saw last year for 80 years, because because the amount that we were taking in has remained consistently smaller, certainly compared to the amount that Ireland's been taking them in uh, recently, in fact. But what this goes to show is if you take in a large amount of people who come from a foreign culture where they have completely different values, not the least of which include how they should treat women, or what the age of consent ought to be, or even if there should be one, or such a thing as consent, then people will get angry. They will point fingers. They will shout abuse, and they will be divided. It's an undesirable aspect of human nature, but deep at our core, I believe we're an innately tribal species, and we're quick to make friend-enemy distinctions with one another, especially in times of a crisis. So if you were a wise political leader, you'd do the best you could to make sure that such a crisis would never eventuate. And that's an example of what I believe that that rape of the 10-year-old girl, which happened in Dublin not long ago, was an example of. Because as I said, it's not even the first time this has happened. There was an outbreak of rioting, I think, 2 years ago, a year before the Southport riots in the UK. And I have a theory. I think part of the reason why there was an explosion of rioting in the UK that happened last year in Southport is because the anger from the riots that happened in Ireland spread across, and it transmitted itself over here as well. Because I think that's how human nature is sometimes.
I did hear that they in Ireland they bust some of these undocumented migrants into villages and literally overnight doubled the population of the village with the new
Yeah,
additions.
Jesus, what
Um,
the hell are you thinking doing something like that? That is just
uh,
villages are supposed to be, warm and friendly, and people who live in villages are warm and friendly, and normally they're not against immigration. But if you want to turn an entire village against immigration, that's how you do it. It was a
the
big
link is in
demonstration in
there's a
England
link in the
today.
private chat there. You might want to look at tracking. Can you see the article?
Oh,
It
hold
might be
on. Let
something
me
worth reading.
let me read that article. I'm just looking for it.
It's in the private chat. It's from the Daily Mail, I believe.
Oh, this. Okay, all right. I'm reading it just now. Oh my goodness, what on earth is this?
Would you
Prison
like to tell
guards
the
told.
masses what happened
Yes, all right. I'm going to read
and
out
tell
the
them what
article.
it is, and remind them it's relating to the story that you mentioned earlier?
All right. May I screen share again?
I
Well,
suppose so.
don't worry. I'm only going to screen share this. Prison guards told fugitive sex offender to find his own way to deportation center, then gave him directions to train station. What the hell am I looking at? This looks like this looks like the kind of thing that you'd see in an episode of South Park. Like, first of all, why would you kindly suggest to a convicted criminal that he turn himself in? Like that's what he's going to do, and then you give him the wrong directions on top of that. Oh God, this is an unserious country. So the police hunt for a wrongly freed migrant sex attacker descended deeper into farce yesterday as it was revealed prison officers gave him directions to the nearest train station. Jesus Christ. Hadush Kabatu, jailed for sexually assaulting a teenage girl, should have been transferred from HMP Chelmsford to an immigration removal centre on Friday ahead of his deportation. But an astonishing error led to the offender, whose offences sparked protest outside the Bell Hotel in Epping, Essex, and around the country this year, being released, triggering a manhunt involving three police forces. Three police forces. Now it has emerged that prison officers told the 38-year-old Ethiopian he had to make it to the removal center on his own steam. Sorry, I'm going to try and suspend my disbelief until I finish reading this. A delivery driver told Sky News, I heard one of the officers saying, "This is how you get to the station. You go down here." He directed him to the station and said he had to get on a train to get to this place. This conversation was at the front of the prison. In what caused further disbelief last night, Kibatu spent more than 90 minutes hanging around the prison because he simply did not know where to go or what to do. The driver, who was delivering equipment to the prison, said the officers were basically sending him away, saying, "Go, you've been released, you go." Kibatu was last seen boarding Friday's 12:41 p.m. train from Chelmsford to London Liverpool Street after apparently seeking help from a woman and persuading her to pay for his ticket. There's so much to. Right off the top of my head, I have three questions. One, why was he released? Two, why was he allowed to be in this country in the first place? And three, why was he told where to go and not escorted or taken around in a van or and a pair of handcuffs? I mean, that's you would expect that the kind of treatment that a convicted criminal would get, wouldn't you? And four, do you not know the difference between a train station and a deportation center? Like, I'm bad at giving out directions, but if if you work for a prison, you can't even make that kind of distinction. It's just, ugh. Stories like this, I believe, I don't think it's any exaggeration when people say that, oh, this country's going to the dogs, or we're run by a bunch of clowns. You read stories like this, and you can't shrug your shoulders and say you're being ridiculous. They're onto something. He got off at Stratford Station in East London after 30 minutes and then disappeared. Police believe he has also sought help from the public in London. He sought help from the public in London. It's just this whole thing reads like a Sacha Baron Cohen comedy. This foreign criminal who's just sexually assaulted three women, who's just been let out of prison, and now he's going up to people in the street asking them for directions to go to a deportation center. It's just so, and he convinced one of the women to pay for his train ticket. Truth really is stranger than fiction. It comes amid a backlash against efforts to tackle illegal immigration after a man who was deported under the one in, one out scheme with France reappeared on UK shores, having crossed the channel again in a
What do
small
you think of
boat.
that view there? What do you think of that view there? That truth
Which
over
which
lies has
which which view
espoused.
which view where it's all
He
part of
says
an Agenda 30. They want us to get so angry with these boatmen that we will beg for digital ID. Um, well,
certainly
uh,
seems that way.
yeah, no. It's interesting, actually. I think one of the reasons why they're trying to press digital ID on us so hard is they are they're taking they're using the example of our completely broken asylum system and our broken down legal system and our prisons, turning this country into a menagerie, into a madhouse, undermining public security, and then they're going to use this to retroactively justify what they already wanted to do for decades now, and that is to bring about a surveillance state. They're trying to manufacture consent for something that literally no
The
one wants.
Hegelian dialect.
Hegelian dialect. Oh, sorry, you might have to explain to me what that is. I've heard that been used before, but I've never had it explained to me. Could you, if you do me the honors?
It's the dialectic. Sorry, the Hegelian. The short form of it is basically providing a problem so that you can build the solution that will favor you. So you bring in a problem, okay? You bring in a problem that wasn't necessarily there in the first place, in order with the ulterior motive of bringing in a solution that you wouldn't have been able to get in otherwise. Okay, so for example, some people are saying that it is the Hegelian dialectic in this sense, because people are saying they're allowing these undocumented migrants in and putting them into the, centers of city towns, and they're not managing it very well to cause chaos, so that the solution will be digital ID. They'll say that will solve it. That they're going to, you know, yeah, problem reaction solution. So they manufacture the problem to cause a reaction from the public, and then they come through as the heroes, or the supposed heroes, with a solution that isn't actually in the interests of the public long term.
Exactly. They're
Do you understand?
manufacturing,
Yeah.
yeah, they're manufacturing a problem so that they can provide you with their fake solution. Well,
Yeah.
that's definitely true, although part of me wonders whether they will succeed with digital ID, because there is literally no democratic mandate for digital ID. I don't know if you remember, but Tony Blair, this whole digital idea, this is all Tony Blair's idea. He's been the one who's hammering at the door, trying to bring in digital ID. He's been trying this since 2006, I think,
Yeah.
and
I mean, I've
he's
heard
never
stories that
stopped.
his own son stands to, benefit financially from its introduction. I mean, I don't know whether any of this is true. This could all be fake news, propaganda from the other side. But I've heard people saying that his son is, CEO or something of some company that is concerned with developing the technological infrastructure for digital ID. I don't know if that's true though. Have you heard that? I mean, is that true? Is that something we could fact check right now?
Um, I think well,
But
I'm
yeah, the
just
general
re
question now we can ask is: are you in favor of digital ID? The question for anybody watching, listening. Do let us know in the comments, and do join the conversation if you want to. The link is in the chat.
I don't know of a single person who is in favor of digital ID. Let's
I
explore the idea.
genuinely, I have a real life. Hold on, tracking. Genuinely, I have a real life friend who is in favor of it. Genuinely.
What?
Now, I
Really?
was shocked. I was shocked. Yes, he says it will make life easier. If you haven't done anything wrong, you've got nothing to worry about.
That's exactly what Tony Blair has been saying. You know, if you've nothing to hide, you've nothing to fear. But but that's the problem. We as humans, we're not perfect. Sometimes we do have things we want to hide. There are things that it is not anyone else's business to know about us. We need to have privacy. There needs to be a compromise between privacy and us. You know, we shouldn't be allowed to break the law, but we should have at least the freedom. No, we should be punished if we break the law, but also we should have the freedom to to break the law if we should wish to, but we shouldn't want to. It's hold on, I phrased that rather clumsily. It's just for a society to work, again, this relates to what I was speaking about earlier. A society ought to be
Is
it,
actually a theory in criminology that crime isn't ultimately bad for social progress. You need it. It's kind of good to have the possibility of crime because it allows social mobility. Believe it or not, like the lower level crime, but also often it's about fairness because often the people at the top are doing things that are a immoral but not codified as unlawful, or B, they have prospered from criminality or immorality in the past from their ancestors. So it's kind of like you're pulling up the drawbridge and saying,
well.
no, don't do that when you have benefited from doing it all your life, or your ancestors did it all their life, and that's where you got the money from.
Well, that may well be true, but that's not the point I'm trying to make. The point I'm trying to make is that a society should be trusting towards us. We should be trusting towards each other. So we should let people have the freedom to walk places without unnecessary surveillance. You see, the fact that London is apparently a city that has the most security cameras in the world, I don't know how true that is now, but I remember it being said. What that implies to me is that the governing authorities of London ultimately do not trust the people who live there. They can't trust the residents of London to go about their daily lives and not commit crimes. And that suggests to me a society that is resorting to force and surveillance to enforce the law rather than the goodwill of the citizens who are a part of it. And that is fundamentally, that's the core problem that I and a lot of people have with digital ID. It's not that it's not that we're all going to go to prison if we get digital ID, because most of us are law abiding and good people. It's that it's the lack of trust. It's the breakdown of trust. This idea that we need Big Brother to watch us and tell us what to do at all times. It's just, if I, let's say I was a parent and I had children, I would, I'm speaking hypothetically here because I don't actually know if I am going to be a father one day, but say I was, I want my children, obviously, I want to teach my children to know right from wrong. I'd I'd help them become the best version of themselves that they could be, but at the same time, I wouldn't be a helicopter parent. I wouldn't be telling micromanaging everything for them to do. I wouldn't be putting them under surveillance 24/7. I would let them have opportunities where they could make mistakes, like where they could you know where they could do things that I wouldn't approve of, because that's how you grow as a person. And psychologically, we need that kind of breathing space. We need opportunities to make mistakes and sometimes experiment with walking the wild side or breaking the law, because that's part of the human experience. So this digital ID, this sterile clinical view of this Stalinistic idea that every human is an ant and everyone needs to behave a certain way under the watchful eye of Sauron, with no regard for your individuality, without regard for your freedoms and your worth as an individual. I find that absolutely repugnant. And I think most people aren't articulate enough to why explain the full extent of their opposition to digital ID. And there's plenty of other good arguments against digital ID, which I didn't even get into here. The fact that it can be used to screen people for their political views and deal with them in a manner that's similar to how China does under its social credit system. I haven't even touched on that. But anyway, that is
I think
probably
it's genuinely a security threat in the sense that it could be hacked one day as well.
yeah,
Not
yeah,
just
that's another
individuals,
reason.
but nationally. Yeah.
There's just so
I mean,
many.
it makes it more likely, I think, for our information to be hacked because it gives them one focal point. Whereas at the moment we have our information in different accounts. This will be one account to hack for everything. So, I mean, that potentially makes it a point of hyper focus and potentially uh, a greater security threat for that reason. Because people they'll put all their effort into that one avenue. And obviously, we haven't got a good track record, have we? Tracking in regards to preventing hacking. It does happen. We always hear that the Chinese have done it here or there, or the Russians have done it here or there. So, yeah, it doesn't augur well for the future if we are centralizing all our information, especially information that is critically important to our own welfare, our health, our political allegiances, as you said, but also our finances, and our
if
qualifications, etc. Who knows what could be done with it?
if
Is the
our
point.
if our
And also,
yeah,
there are very worrying scammers out there who just think of ingenious ways to get people's information. Um, I mean, can you imagine the scenario where there is some criminal online who creates a fake website or something that asks people to input their data, and then it says, "Now put in your digital ID." I mean, we just know people are going to fall for that, aren't they? I mean, there's going to be some old fogey somewhere who doesn't know up from down because they're losing their marbles, and it's not obviously not their fault. But how do you protect? How will we protect people from fraud, from being invaded? Having their privacy invaded by others. I'm very worried indeed about it all.
It's how indeed. And it's going to be, and the thing is, once this digital ID project has been set in motion, and once the government has officially started tabulating the data of every citizen of this country, and once that database has been compiled, and God forbid, once it's been breached, there's no way you can undo the clock and go back to the way things were before that database existed, because once the data exists, people are going to pay lots of money for it. I bet there might even be individuals who work within the system who will be willing to broker that data and make a lot of money in doing so. And I have zero confidence, by the way, in our legal system and our border control system. You think I'm going to place my confidence, my faith in in a in a digital ID database in a country that's staffed by people who allow ridiculous things like that Epping migrant getting released from prison? You think I'll be happy with those clowns being in charge of this? No thanks. And the first thing you could do to convince me that digital ID is a good idea is have it staffed and maintenance by serious people who know what they're doing at the bare minimum. And that's something that obviously we don't see in this modern climate. Ah, I'm really sorry. I've really enjoyed chatting with you about this. However, it's nearly 10 o'clock and I may need to leave at some point soon because I think dinner's going to be
That's okay.
ready.
That's okay, brother. It was great
I've
to
I've
have you on, and you're having a
I've
late dinner
greatly
there, by the way. 10 o'clock
uh
at night.
oh late dinner. Well, sometimes we have it at 11. It's we don't really have a hard and fast rule for when we have dinner. It's just not something I never really paid much attention to. But yeah, no,
That's
we pretty
interesting.
much
So
have.
a very late. You have dinner at 10, 11 at night in your household,
Um, yeah, well, sometimes we have it early, sometimes we have it at 9 or
and
8.
then what time do they all go to bed at then? Straight afterwards, or do they wait
Um,
up for 2 hours? What happens?
uh, well, my grandparents, they usually go to bed at midnight. My mum goes to bed early because she works early in the morning. I go to bed early too when I have work the following morning because I because of my job, I have to start at 7 a.m. and finish late at night because my work pattern, my shift pattern is so that I work all day for 3 or 4 days of the week, and the rest of the week I get to myself. That's the way I am. But if I don't have work the following day, then I get to pretty much sleep whenever I want. And I like that kind of freedom and flexibility I like about my job. Anyway, I'm gonna love you and leave you now. Do not watch. It's been fun chatting with you. I I look forward to seeing more of your streams. I look forward to joining more of your streams where other people are, because I like meeting other people and hearing
Indeed,
what their thoughts are on certain things. Anyway, it's been
indeed, indeed.
it.
Look, it's been a pleasure to have you here. We do thank you very much for joining us. I know that you are popular in chat as well, so thank you very much, Mr. Tracking. And
Thanks,
yeah, we look
thanks,
forward to you visiting again soon and sharing your personal insights on what is going on in this strange existence. And I
thank
do
you
wish you
very
well with
much.
your new job. Quickly before you go, how's the new job going?
Well, it's a mixed bag. It has its ups and downs. I didn't take on the job because I thought it would be glamorous, but what I like about it is that there's always something new. I often find that I'm meeting a new client at some point. I'm doing something different, and I particularly enjoy the social calls, the social aspects, where I have to sit and watch TV with guests or make them a cup of tea of social users. I I really enjoy that. I like being a friend, and if there's one thing I like more than being a friend, it's being paid to be a friend.
Lovely jubbly. Well, they're very lucky to have you, Mr. Tracking. And yeah, come back soon, brother. And we
Thank
will
you.
continue where we left off and hopefully some more. Okay, brother. Take care.
All right.
Enjoy your dinner.
It's been a pleasure. Yeah, you guys take care. All right. Cheerio. Bye bye.
Take care
Good
now.
tracking.
Bye, brother. Bye bye. Okay, guys. Anybody else want to come on? Please do. Link is in the chat. And we can continue the conversation perhaps for a little while. If you are up to that, if that's what you want to do. If not, then fine. So yeah, we'll play some music, I suppose, while we're waiting for somebody to break the monotony of nothingness. Okay. Hello, Chickpea.
Hello.
Hello, Chickpea. How you
Hold
doing?
on,
You
let
all
me
right?
just do. Are you still there?
Yep.
Gosh, you know what? I've been asleep all day and I've only just woken up.
Hmm.
So, have you been working all this time?
Okay. Well, I'm just doing some work on the computer. So
Oh, right. Okay.
I've been
Okay.
doing some stuff on the computer, and I had that running in the background. And if I'm
Oh,
on, I got a
oh,
little
that's.
signal saying that I'm on. So that's how I knew. Yeah.
Oh, right. Oh, right. Gosh. Wow. Working hard today. Yeah. So, how's things? I wonder where everybody is.
Fine. Fine. Getting it. I wonder. These are
It's
things
weird,
I
isn't it?
wonder sometimes too.
Yeah, it's very,
Yeah.
very strange. Very odd indeed.
So
It's
what's
most
what's going on, Chickpea, with you? Anything interesting?
well, me. I'm house hunting because I'm want to move to the coast. Yeah, it's I find
Lovely.
London's yeah. Well, yeah, I wanted to move to the coast, and I've seen a gorgeous little flat in Clacton, and this flat is only 50,000, but it's one of those ones you have to pay cash. Like it's the
Mm.
most gorgeous little flat, 100 yards from the seafront. Good, yes, it's Well, the thing is, of course, I'm moving and I've got my cats. I'm not going without the cats. So if I can't have my cats, I can't. I won't move
Mhm.
because I can't
Mhm.
live without them. You know. And
Mhm.
there's so
Mhm.
many lease. Oh, what happened was I inherited some money a while back, so
Mhm.
I thought I'd get back onto the property market.
Why not? Good luck to you.
Well, it's London's pollution levels and everything. You know, Hackney's very polluted, and I live on a very, very heavy duty high street, and the racket is just unreal. Yeah, you live in the West, don't you? London.
Without giving too much away, it's fairly quiet, but it's
Yes,
still
you're lucky where
still
you are.
close enough. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Yeah,
Here, Hackney is a real noisy hub. It's very
a
lively.
metropolis. Mm.
Sorry?
Yeah, yeah, it's very busy there.
Yeah, very, very busy, and it's very high energy. Really is. I mean, I've loved it
Mm.
here for the 30 years I've been, but I think now I'm getting a bit too old for it. The energy is too much for my I know how old you are now. I was listening to you and Pamela last night.
Yeah, yeah. Well, don't it? Yeah,
I'm old enough to be your gran. How funny. Oh,
yeah.
just
Of course.
old. Yeah, only just. Yes, old enough to be your granny. I'm old enough to be everybody's granny.
Mhm.
I'm the
Mhm.
oldest person
Mhm.
where I live.
Yeah.
The oldest in the whole block.
Well,
Yeah. Yes, I never dreamt I'd live this long. Never dreamt.
Chickpea, what have you been doing today to try and make yourself feel better?
Sleeping.
Sleeping.
I
How's
went
that?
to
How's that
sleep
working
at
for
10
you?
I went to sleep at 10 o'clock this morning and I've just woken up. Well, I woke up half an hour ago, I suppose. I fed the cats, came online to see what's going on everywhere, and saw you were still
Mhm.
alive. Yeah, I like to sleep. Well, I
Well,
like
tame
sleeping during the
affair.
day. What?
I said it's a very tame affair here.
Yeah. So you've
We're
been
just
out today.
chilling out, you know.
But I enjoyed
Yeah, I
your
was out
chat with
today.
what?
Yeah, I have been
Hello?
out today. Yeah, doing a bit of
Oh, right.
hiking. Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, yeah, you see, you live in an area
Well,
where you
you
can
enjoyed
do
my
all that.
chat. What?
I saw you in your chat with Pamela yesterday, but
Oh,
I saw
okay.
it after you'd
Yeah, well, I'm glad you
clicked off.
enjoyed it.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
But
she's
I was
good. She's
saying,
a big
like,
fan of yours now.
I'm a fan of hers because I like people who moan. Yeah, I like moany, groany people.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I like. Actually, see, there's another thing with living in Hackney. You can no longer. There's so many pavement cyclists here, and it's
Mm-hmm.
polluted as hell. It's very, very air polluted. You can't go out for a good walk anymore. It just isn't safe. I know that sounds crazy. It's very, very. I've loved it here all these years, but I find it's becoming too much for me. It's very heavy duty,
Hmm.
a little
It
bit
is very heavy duty.
overpopulated.
Yeah.
They, yeah, they've been building on all great, great. We used to have a lot of brownfield sites here. They've built on all this building like mad, and so many people living here. You trip over people. Yeah, I'll see how it all goes anyway. But if I can't take the cats, Mia, I'm only going where I can take my cats. Yeah, and you never guess they've all come back indoors. They're all living indoors. They're all in the living room eating. Yeah, all 7 of them.
It is getting chilly out there, isn't it? Although it wasn't a bad day today, but yeah.
Yeah, they've all come because they've been 3 of them. Bella's been living outside for the past 6 months, and they've all come back home because it's nice and warm.
It's time to get in before the frost comes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, it's yeah, I'm okay. I've started eating loads and loads of dried fruit and nuts and seeds and stuff. Very good for your digestive tract,
Keeps it moving.
Yeah, it doesn't. It really is good for your digestive tract.
Keeps it moving.
Yeah, it really does help. Seriously, I've been quite surprised by it. How effective it is. And how's your little border collie?
He's lovely. He's very well. Yes. He's resting now. He had a big walk today, so rest. And he in the hallway. Actually, he does that. Sometimes because when my partner has spent the day with him, he misses her. When she goes, she doesn't always stay here, obviously. So yeah, he misses her. Yeah,
he loves her.
Them two have a very deep bond indeed. Yeah. They love each other. So.
Good. Oh, that's lovely.
That's nice.
Yes, it is.
Takes a bit of pressure off me,
Well.
Yeah. Huh? Yeah. It is. Yeah. I said it takes a bit of pressure off me.
Yes. Yeah. Dogs are quite heavy duty, aren't they? Yeah. I prefer. I'm a cat person, definitely. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, they're all at home, all 7 of them. I love them like mad. It's insane. Absolutely insane. But yeah, they keep me young. They're my reason to carry on. Oh, did you hear that? Fighting. They squabble. The torties like to squabble. Yeah, I enjoyed listening to Pamela because I know how she feels. She's got children, hasn't she?
I believe so.
Yeah. I know how. Well, I don't know how she feels about the children, but I know how she feels with her depression. I know exactly how she feels. Yeah, I wish I could have got on, but unfortunately, it closed down. Yeah, I was listening to it in the past. So yeah.
Well, you were listening to it after the fact, did you?
Yeah, I listened to it.
Okay.
Afterwards.
Listen to it afterwards. Afterwards. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, because I thingy. But if I'd I would have loved to have joined in, but of course that was too late. It was all over. Because it's it helps to hear other people talking about it. Yeah. Like I miss that David guy. You know that guy? Sorry?
Yeah. How does it help?
Because it's I know what they're saying. I understand exactly what they are saying.
Yeah, but how does that help? Is what we're trying to get to.
Because I know I'm not alone. I'm not completely alone with it. There are others out there talking about, because I prefer for people to talk about. I'm not a happy clappy person. I prefer people to talk about their woes and their worries and their this and their that. It's how I am. I mean, don't get me wrong. I do like to go out. Do
you ever find it gets in the way of living? If you're talking about it, you could perhaps be enjoying life somewhat if you didn't so much. Do you ever think about that? I'm
not saying it's true. I'm just
Yeah.
saying, do you ever think about that possibility that you're perhaps putting a barrier in front of your enjoyment of summer life by talking about the depressing side of it?
No, because it helps me to get out my system. If I talk about it and listen to it, it gets out my system. It goes out. It does. When you talk about depression, it leaves your body. It gets it out of you. I find personally, that's
Really?
why group therapy is so effective. But no, it helps me. Yeah, that's one of the reasons why I come here to listen to the moans and the groans, because I like hearing people moaning. You used to be quite a moany, groany. What's happened to your moans and your groans?
I still moan and groan.
You've been very cheerful lately, but there was a time you could be quite a little moaner. I like moaners. It's yeah. Wonder all your American fans are.
I wonder. There must be something going on over there.
Yes. Yeah, things are weird over there, aren't they? Yeah. I don't know much
weird
about
in America. That's an understatement of the century, darling.
Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Not a country I pay much attention to because I'm more Europe. Yeah, I get the feeling there's something weird going on over there. Mind you, weird. I don't know how. You know what? I've looked at stuff of Hollywood, not Hollywood, New York, and I think if I had to walk down those streets, I would have a major anxiety attack. Wow, I can't cope. Can't cope with this. Yeah. But like I was saying, this flat in Clacton, it's a one-bedroom flat about 50 yards from the seafront. Because I know the area, I know Clacton. So it would be some place that I would already know, And it's just a one-bedroom little half-basement flat, which, I know you can have damp problems with it, but they're a lot cooler in the summer. So it works both ways. Yeah. It's quite a nice little flat in a little old house. It's not fancy. It's just and it's a bit of land outside. So that's another thing you see. I might put in a bid.
Oh, someone gave me a little David Icke book. I'll send it to you. I'll send you a link.
Which one is it? I've probably got it. Which one is it?
I don't know. 1 second. It's a kind of what's the word? It goes into, it's a list of all the different theories he's made.
Oh right.
Yeah.
If you don't want it, don't you want to keep it? It's always handy to have.
I'm not really a big fan, to be honest with you, but
I think
share this so you can see it.
I think I sometimes wonder if he's a little shill because I can't understand.
I'll send you in the it's in the private chat. Can you see the private chat below the screen? You can click on it and you can see the link to it. There it is. So for your collection,
so do it now.
You can if you want, babe. But yeah, don't do any free advertising for it. So yeah, anybody want to come on the stream? We are here to talk.
Would you like to see Bella for real?
Yeah, we can even talk about David Icke if you want.
Yes, because I don't understand how he can know all this.
Did you get the link I just sent you? I sent you the link. Did you get it?
Yeah. Hang on.
Okay, cool. So yeah, show us the cat.
Hang on a sec. Whoops. Let me just take this down a second. Right. Come here, Belle, you naughty little girl. Everyone. Oh gosh, brain's still. You know what I'm finding as I get older? Whoopsie day. Hang on a minute. Let's Bella. Here she is. Oh, you can see. There she is.
Oh, wait a minute. You got to turn the camera on.
It's on.
Is it? I can't see. Oh, there you go. Yeah. Lovely. Hello, Bella.
Bella.
She's beautiful. Wow, look at her looking straight into the camera. Yeah, she is gorgeous.
Yeah, all cats
Hello.
are gorgeous.
Yeah.
You can see me and my grumpy little blonde face. Yeeks.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Okay,
You
darling.
know what? Getting old is so hard. You wouldn't believe it. Look at it. Actually, don't look too bad. Yeah.
You're looking well, darling.
Huh?
You're looking well.
I feel okay,
You're looking
actually.
well.
Yeah, I feel okay. Don't feel too bad.
Mm.
But you know, I find as I get older, your memory starts to
What's that then?
glitch. Huh? You may have heard your mother
Yeah,
talking
I
about
heard
it.
that.
Oh, she
Well,
said,
even
yeah, it's
mine.
happening to
Sometimes I say the wrong words and shit. Like, what the fuck's that? What the fuck is that about? That's
Oh,
worrying.
you do it
You know?
too. Because I find it
Yeah.
terrible with my mobile phone. I did it with Brother Marcus the other night. He
Mm.
asked me,
Mm.
am I a vegan or not? Asking the thing. And I know it. I couldn't recall it if he was or not. I remembered it afterwards, after about a couple of seconds. Yeah. And I do it on my mobile phone. I sit and look at it, and I have to wait for about 20 seconds for the memory to come back to how to operate my smartphone. And it's actually, do you get that?
No, I don't get it like that. Actually, no.
Yeah,
I
I
just
never
have
used to
the odd
get it.
brain fart now and again. Yeah.
Oh, you get it. Yeah, but you know, because I used to have a really good memory. That's one thing I did have, a really good memory. And it's weird.
Mm.
And I've really noticed it lately. I did it the other night, yeah, with Marcus.
Right. Sorry to hear that,
I
babe.
forgot he was a vegan. I just completely. He asked me, "Am I a meat eater vegan?" I couldn't remember. I just could not remember, and it took about 10 seconds to recall it. Weird. I mean, have you noticed with this God of ours how he's got built-in obsolescence down to fine art?
Yeah.
He has, hasn't he? He's got it down
That's
to
a good way of
fine
putting
art.
it. He has.
Bastard. I mean, what?
Do you ever pray at all?
Huh?
Do you ever
I
find
pray
yourself
for.
praying?
Yeah, I sometimes get down on my knees like a little baby girl and pray for Chickpea.
That's nice.
Pray that he'll resurrect
Pray
her.
for Chickpea. They're beautiful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, because I miss her so. She's buried outside. I've got about 8 cats buried outside my bedroom window. Because I'm allowed to, you know, it's very free here. Maybe I should stay here, actually, because I can bury cats, do whatever I like. Yeah, and I miss her terribly. Oh, I miss her dreadfully. And every now and again, there's another cat called Fifi who I miss as well. And I sometimes pray to God to resurrect them because I just miss them so. Yes, it's sad, isn't it? Praying for, praying for. But I've noticed this built-in obsolescence down to fine art. And when you think that built-in obsolescence is what's destroying our planet, because of course all the manufacturers do it with everything you buy, nothing's designed to last more than 2 years. He's just as bad as they are. Terrible, isn't it? Really, think about it.
That's it.
Interesting point, isn't it? God created, God invented built-in obsolescence. And us humans have copied him with everything we produce. We have. But the thing is,
you're going to have to invite some people here.
Hello, everybody. Pamela? I wonder why your thingies aren't working properly, your algorithms then. Weird.
I just don't think the show's exciting enough.
Well, people like, I don't know. I think it appeals to a certain type of thinker.
Right.
But also, I think. Actually, I've asked you. I was going to ask you something I've already asked you. Then I remembered that I'd already asked you. That's my brain not working properly anymore about adverts. Because you know what I reckon? I was thinking about this. I think the reason why YouTube doesn't put your stuff out there fast, because you're not having ads on your show, are you?
Probably not. Yeah, that's probably why. Yeah.
It's all to do with advertising nowadays. It's got the world's got advertising mad, as you know, and I think that's one of the reasons
Yeah.
they don't. You're not profitable and that you're not showing ads, so they're letting you on here for free, but you're no ads. So yeah, I think that's what's causing it. Because there's another guy called CEO something or other, and I watch his channel. And quite often, even though I've got his stuff on notification, the notifications don't come through. So there's obviously, I reckon that's what it is. Yeah.
Probably.
Do you use the premium thing?
No.
I must admit, I do like it. It's worth having. At least you don't get ads all the time. Because I try not to watch ads, which is why I
don't blame you.
I hate them. I hate, and there seems to be so many of them now. Well, it seems
they are annoying.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't bear. Yeah, I wish somebody else would come along. Wonder where Marcus is. And what's his name?
No idea. Are you on Twitter?
No, I'm not. I don't know how to use it. Well, I don't. It's not. I don't know how to use it. I'm just not on it. I find there's a lot of bitching goes on Twitter, and I don't like it. I do all my life on YouTube.
Are you in any? Are you in interestingly? Oh, so you're not in any interesting Facebook groups you could share the stream in?
No, because I had a hissy fit with Facebook, and so I'm not in it anymore. I do all my life on YouTube. YouTube's my favorite. It takes a bit of talent because I think YouTube takes a certain amount of effort and talent, and so I'm attracted to that. You know, you'll do something that I couldn't do. You know, so I find it. Yeah, I like YouTube. I must admit, and I wish YouTube had been around when I was young. Would have learned a lot from it. I am on YouTube all day long. Watching cats. There's this cat. There's this guy called Catman757. He's in Canada, and he's got about 14, 15 cats he looks after. And I spend several hours a day watching him and his cats because I do like to watch cats. And I'm in love with one of his cats. I'm in love with a cat that lives in Canada. It could only happen to me. Yeah, I wonder what's his name is. Oh, Sage, the thingy guy, Shoki's guy.
Oh yeah, Gaia.
Yes.
I wonder where he is too. Coco says that they hate ads. Do you want to come on here and talk? Do let us know.
Come on, Coco.
Coco, Angeliza. I can't see it actually. Angelzila.
Angeliza. Coco
Angelzila. Yeah, Coco Angeliza. Do you want to come on here, Coco, and talk to us, save us from ourselves? sorry, Chickpea. Do you know I've just the stream has been going on quite a while, and I've been filling out some bloody forms and stuff in the background, doing some other stuff. For work and that.
So what's the work you do now?
Actually, you know what it is? I don't get sore back. I don't get a sore back, but my back's a little bit sore. That's fucking. I was like, what the fuck?
You know what's good for back pain?
Sorry, it's like it's a bit stiff, and I've been doing a lot of. I don't know, man. Annoying.
You know what's good for bone pain is comfrey ointment.
Yeah, I haven't got pain. It's just like stiff. It's like
yeah. Because you're getting old, you see.
I'll have to do some Pilates.
Yeah, I must start doing some exercise, actually. When I was young, I used to be really good. I used to go to, I used to do the Jane Fonda tapes and go to the gym and everything. I did. Then the RA came into being, and I put none of that.
Chickpea, invite somebody on. I'm going to make myself a cup of tea. It's up to you to get the show going, Chickpea. This show is an absolute fucking disgrace, okay? An absolute disgrace. It's an absolute shit show. It's up to you, Chickpea, to save it. I'm so fed up. I'm so pissed off of it. It's a pain in the ass. There's nobody
Yeah.
coming on, Chickpea, except for you. And I love you, but come on,
Oh, thank
Chickpea.
you.
I
But
know
yeah, I
we
was
get
all a
on very
bore.
well, but we don't get on well enough to talk for fucking hours on end by ourselves forever. You
No,
know
we
what I mean?
don't. Well,
So we need others to come here and break the monotonous silence, and also
yeah,
to
wish
break our
Pamela would come on.
grumpy nature up. Yeah.
Wish
Right,
Pamela would.
Chickpea, save this
Right.
shit show from itself. I'm going to get a cup of tea. Sell it,
Oh.
sell it, baby. Sell the show.
Right. Okay. I will. Right. I will do my best. It should be Hello, everyone. Can you come on, please? You know how to do it. It's in the little links, everyone. YouTube. Let's go back to history. What's this place going on? Gooey, everybody. Hello. Chat. Open panel. Coco. Coco, can you come on, please? Oh, God, listen to my voice. I hate. It's not my fault my voice is like this. It's because I spent all my life talking to cats, and now I talk to everybody in cat mode, which is why it's a stupid high squeak, because that's how one talks to cats. Maybe this is better. Is this better? Hello, somebody. Is this better? Not stick. Is this better? Oh, God.
Fine, Chickpea.
I'm talking to myself. I'm on YouTube trying to get everybody to come. Nobody will come here.
Chickpea, they don't give a fuck. They don't give a shit, Chickpea.
I was listening to myself talk. God, I think I need to go some elocution lessons. God almighty.
Why not?
No, seriously, because listening to myself talk, and because I spend all my time just talking to a lot of cats, I've reached the stage now I do wherever I go, just talking cat mode.
Right.
It's true.
I believe you. I believe you.
Yeah, millions wouldn't.
I'm going to plug in my laptop.
Do you have what laptop have you got?
That's too much information for the hackers out there.
Oh, sorry, but I've got a Chromebook, and you know, Chromebook has got 3 different desks on it. It's fabulous.
Right.
And I got mine. Mine was an extra thingy model from Amazon, and I got a 17-inch Chromebook for £179, and it's fabulous. Been quite lucky to get this.
Lucky.
Huh?
Cool.
Yeah,
cool.
I love Chromebooks. They are so simple to use. I love the 3 desks thing, you know, so you can store everything up on different desks without having to keep faffing about. Yeah, I do love my laptop. I wish it'd been around when I was young, and I really wish it.
Yeah, it's definitely opened up. You wouldn't have gone out, would you? Socializing.
That's true. Yeah, you had to go out when I was young. You had to. You had no choice.
Right.
That's true. But old people nowadays don't socialize anymore. When I was young,
Young people don't either.
Huh?
Young people don't go out socializing much either.
Don't they? Oh, I wouldn't know, but I know when I was young, I used to go to the pub and everything. There'd be old people there as well. But now,
Yeah.
us old folk don't go out anymore. I've noticed that.
Why is that?
I don't know. I've got no idea. I think also when I was young, 70s, 60s, 70s, 80s in particular, people, I know I shouldn't push cigarette smoking, but I think the effects of nicotine, because nicotine is quite an uplifter, and with some alcohol, really did have a very, very uplifting effect, and it did. And that has gone. Because I tell you something, I haven't smoked for over 20 years, and I still yearn for that lift you get from a cigarette. And I still yearn from it. And I still miss the conversations that I would have with people. You'd have a cup of coffee and a cigarette together, just chattering away. There's something quite profound in nicotine, and there is. And I reckon one of the reasons why the governments are so keen to not have us not smoking is it's not because they care about our health, because they don't give a shit. Nicotine kept us talking in a weird sort of way. I mean, I know I shouldn't talk well about smoking, but yes, it caused pollution, and yes, some people didn't like the smell of cigarettes. I do understand all that, but I think society was a calmer place for it. I think it was, because it definitely did calm people down, and it did. You know, if somebody's having a hissy fit and you say to them, "Here, have a cigarette, shut up," the chances are that would work. Because you've never smoked, have you?
I did.
Oh, you did.
I know.
Hard to stop, isn't it?
Well, I gave up. Yeah, it's horrible.
Yeah, I gave up over 20 years ago. The Homerton Hospital were running no smoking classes. So I went to the classes and it worked. I stopped. I smoked for 36 years. Loved it. I love my cigarettes. I did love them, and I still miss them. There's something in nicotine that I found very attractive, and I did. Very addictive, though. Woof. I was so addicted. Were you a heavy smoker?
Depending how much I was drinking.
Yeah. I used to smoke about 30 a day. And if I was having a heavy-duty weekend, a heavy-duty Friday night, I'd get through 40 on that Friday, literally, if I was out partying after work. Felt like an idiot.
Yeah.
Loved it. Good. I used to love propping up a bar with my glass of red wine in one hand and a cigarette in the other. They were nice days. And they were. And in those days, it was so safe to just walk home by yourself after all that. Perfectly safe. Whereas now, I don't walk to Tesco after dark. That's how much the world has changed since the 70s and 80s. Really has changed. Doesn't your mum say things like this? D&W. D&W.
I'm still here.
Doesn't your mum talk about the fact that the world was safer when she was young?
Sometimes, of course.
Yeah. Is your dad still alive?
Yeah.
Oh, good. Yeah. But they were sort of, I don't know. And you know what should taste so weird? When I'm sometimes walking around Hackney, because you know Hackney's very, very friendly. You can literally just talk to anyone on the street because Hackney is like that. It's very anything goes in Hackney. And every now and again I'll bump into somebody who's smoking on the street. And I find myself actually stopping them and having a sniff at their cigarette and chattering to them about their cigarettes. And I still do this after 20 years. I'm still so attracted to cigarettes and nicotine. Yeah. And I also, every man I see who's got a dog, I stop. I don't know what people must think of me. I dread to think. Do you get stopped a lot with your dog?
Yep.
Yeah,
It's
good.
It's part of having a dog, isn't it?
Nice, isn't it? Don't you think it's nice?
Yeah. It does
Yeah.
add the happiness to some people's lives out there.
Yeah, because it really, you know what, it really cheers me up to see a guy with his dog. And I think it's such a lovely thing to see. I love it. I really love it. I also stop policemen on their horses. I have a chat to the horses. I give them a cuddle. And what else do I do? Talk to squirrels. And yeah, talk to the foxes. Yeah, if there's an animal around, I will stop and talk to it. But yeah, I stop police horses. It's true. Don't know what they must think of me. Still. Yeah, I do love to see people with their animals. I think it's a lovely, lovely thing to see. And I wish there was more of it because it cheers me up. Because I tell you something, I used to find when I was working, I worked as a temp for many years in the city. And every now and again, I'd go and temp somewhere where there was a couple of animals in the office, maybe a couple of cats, or the boss used to bring his dog in or something like that. And you could actually sense it in the behavior of the people. People behaved better. Have you ever noticed that?
Yes, I have.
You have, yeah. It makes so much difference. We're supposed to live with animals. Oh, there he is. Oh, you've doubled yourself. DW, you've done. Doubled yourself, DW.
What?
You've doubled yourself.
Yeah. I've moved to my laptop.
Right.
So 1 second. There we go.
Oh,
I've moved to my laptop.
And whenever people come in my flat, they always tell me, what a lovely vibe you got in here. And it's the cats that give that vibe. Yeah, silly cats everywhere. I do love them. Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. Don't worry about it. I've got a cough as well. Oh, gosh. Well, I wonder where all your fans are. I think I'll be honest with you, I think that YouTube is not passing your details along properly to all your subscribers properly. I don't know what you can
Hello
do
to Yerf Dogs. Yerf Dogs is in the house. Actually. Look, hold on. Don't speak too soon. Yeah. Yerf, if you want to come on, brother, please do. Link is in the chat. Can you hear me okay, Chippy?
Yeah.
Chippy? Okay, that's good. Because I've migrated to my laptop and I'm now sitting on the sofa. But I'm just going to go and turn. Yeah. I'm going to, because it's better for my back. I told you. I don't know where that little weird back situation came from. I don't get pains in my back ever. So I hope this isn't the start. I really hope. Oh no! Fuck off, please.
I did. It's sad, brutal reality. It's built-in
Don't
obsolescence.
say that to me.
Built-in obsolescence.
No.
It is. It's the way you've been invented.
You're a miserable old witch.
Yeah, I know.
You're a miserable witch.
I know.
Oh dear.
I know.
Oh dear.
Yeah, I know a miserable old bag. No one needs to tell
just
me.
Be more.
Actually, on the subject of David Icke, did I tell you that I bought a second-hand book? You know, you get these second-hand books on Amazon from the World of Books and things, and I got a signed copy of one of his books. Yeah.
Lovely.
Yeah.
Well, he's got another one coming out, hasn't he? Apparently.
Yes, but I reckon I don't know. I just don't understand where all this information that he thingies comes from. Well, how does he know all weird still? Yeah, the only thing I find I don't like about him is he is a meat eater.
Hello.
And he thinks David Icke thinks grass feels pain.
Chickpea, can you
If it does,
hear me?
then what is Also, I think this stream is very hard for people to get onto if they haven't got the right technology. DW. I think
Chickpea,
this
can you hear me?
stream is quite hard for some people to get onto.
Chickpea.
Who, me? Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. The topic is Chickpea. I'm just asking, can you hear me, Chickpea?
Yeah, I said yes. Oh,
Oh,
sorry. I think
oh.
I thought you
you
were
can.
talking to your dog somewhere
Cool.
along the line.
That's you.
I thought you said your dog was making.
No, you have to. If you want to come on, brother, the link is in the chat. No, the point, the thing I was saying about David Icke is he really does actually seem to believe, or he sings this song that the world has been run by reptilian shapeshifters.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. There's something very sinister going on in this
Really?
this whole planet, and the way it's been designed. It's a horrible. There's something very, very pernicious about it. I've always thought so. Something's not quite right.
Ooh,
I just
pernicious.
find, right, all us humans, okay. The reason why it was just a bloodthirsty lot is because from the beginning we've had to kill in order to eat. And once you start killing one thing, you'll carry on killing whatever comes in your path. And it's all a good saying, well, you don't have to kill people. What about the times in years gone by when, yeah, I can see why the world is a bloodbath it is. We're just the lucky ones that we don't have the kill mentality because we have been lucky enough to have been born in a time of abundant vegan foods that we can dine on. We're just the lucky ones, which is why it's easy just to have this mindset we have. But say, for example, you've been born hundreds of years ago and there was crop failure, you'd have had no option but to go out there and kill a deer and eat it. You'd have had no option, or to feed your children at least. And once you kill one thing, killing becomes easy, doesn't it?
You get immune to it, do you?
Well, of course you do.
You get desensitized.
Desensitized. So no wonder we're such a cruel, aggressive lot, because it's all genetically implanted. And like,
are you speaking
children,
from? Are you speaking from experience there, Chickpea?
No, I'm not. I've never had to kill anything in order to eat it.
No, your history of being a serial killer. I always thought you were.
Maybe in my last life. God knows. God only knows. Yeah, God knows, actually, to be honest.
Do you ever think you're being punished for the misdeeds of an afterlife? Does that ever cross your mind?
Yes, it does.
It does?
I don't know what's going on with my life, but I've had a heck of a bad start. I had a very, very bad start, and that bad start has followed me to this day. It's like the Chinese saying, if you snag a sapling, you scar the tree, and as the tree gets bigger, the scar gets bigger. And I've noticed that happening to me. It does. And for it's sad, brutal reality, and it happens to all of us. It's sad, brutal reality.
Right.
Well, it is. It never goes away.
Well, Nick says he feels like he was cursed sometimes as well.
Who?
Nick came on here and said he felt like he was cursed. I don't think he was. Nick, I think we're all in this together. Nobody is particularly cursed more than another. Yeah.
There's something. I'm not surprised that the world is the terrible bloodbath that it is. I'm not really surprised. And we're so conditioned to do what our leaders tell us to do, that if our leaders say, right, like, you know, people talk about Hitler, okay? Hitler's just an evil, evil bastard. But the truth of the matter is,
Right.
Hitler sat behind a desk telling everybody else what to do. He didn't go out killing. He just did everybody else to do it. And that's the brutal reality about Hitler. In that beautiful, civilized country. The most highly educated people in the world. He just had to say to them, right, go on, kill, kill, kill. And they went out in their multitudes, killing, killing, killing. Says it all, really. And it's the same everywhere. It's a bit of a fuck up, isn't it, really? We've just been lucky. We're the lucky ones, if you call us that. Do you know that we are the members of the top 18%? Do you know that? DW.
18% what?
Of wealth. And we are in the top 18% of the human wealth in this time at the moment we're living in. We are in the top 18%, probably in the top 10%. Us lot here in the UK. Us people like us working class.
Definitely not more.
Yes.
Higher up.
Yes, exactly. So it says it all, really, doesn't it? Really.
I imagine we're much higher than that.
Yeah.
Probably in the top 5%.
Yeah, you're probably right, which says it all.
Because when you think about how many people live in Africa,
terrible, isn't
it? Poor parts of Asia, etc.
Terrible, isn't it? Yeah. So that says it all, really. And I sometimes watch these films taken in Bangladesh and places. If you see what goes on in like Bangladesh, what a nightmare. Yeah, we're very lucky. Very, very lucky indeed. Which says it all. It's yeah, I don't know what to make of it anymore, any of it. But when I look at places like India and Bangladesh, all those countries, I can't understand why they keep on breeding and breeding and breeding. There's so many of them. Millions upon millions. They can barely get down the street. It takes 2 hours to travel 1 mile during the rush hour. All this sort of nonsense. It's a nightmare. I just find I don't know what to make of it all.
Are they not just trying to get a better future like everybody else?
Yes. Well, they believe that sons, if you have lots of sons, you'll become richer. Yes, so they keep trying to have more and more sons, just like we used to do in the Middle Ages. Have lots of children. Yeah. And the same way as people nowadays have children, so they've got someone to look after them when they're old. I actually know people who've done that, actually. So I've got someone to look after me when I'm old. Lovely.
I think a lot of
people do it. You've gone off. D&W. Cooey.
yeah. Can you hear me now?
Oh, there you are. You went off. A lot of people breeding, to have someone to care for them in their old age. Makes sense, I suppose. Because when I'm an old lady, I'm off to Switzerland. I've already got it all planned. My little head. Because I don't want to go to an old people's home. What are your thoughts on euthanasia? D&W.
I feel like that decision because it can be.
You keep cutting out.
It's just very tragical round, you know.
Yes.
I said it's very
You
tragical
keep cutting
round.
out, by the way. Yes. You know, it's also. But anyway, like I was saying, we know we're born at this planet completely naked, and we are such needy little creatures. It's hardly surprising that we've picked up weapons and started killing everything in sight. It's hardly surprising, really. I mean, we haven't, but we're the lucky tiny minority. It's true, though, because we're born very, very vulnerable, aren't we? D&W.
Yeah, I don't know what's Malik. I don't know why.
Yeah, it keeps cutting out. But I think this medium you're using, this restream, is very, very hard for some people to get into for some obscure reason. Maybe it doesn't like Windows or something. Or whatever. Grumpy Cat. Grump. Grump. Grumpy Cat. Oh, the book. Oh, yeah. The Kindle. David Knight explains his core theories books. Yeah, it's on Amazon. Oh, right.
Okay.
So you had a copy of this. Hello. I think it's a book.
I don't think I'll read it.
Oh, right. Oh. Yeah, it's here.
Chickpea, I'm going to turn my computer back on.
Are you? For fun.
Keep the show going, Chickpea.
Right, I've got to talk to myself, have I? Cooey, everyone.
Yeah.
Look,
while I'm setting up my computer.
Come here, you. Ow. Here, look. Everybody, look. Pussycat's here. Look. Look. Everybody, come say hello to Daisy. Hey. Hello, everyone. Daisy's here.
I'll be back.
Look.
I'll be back in a minute.
Daisy. Daisy. Because you are a naughty Daisy. Everybody. Daisy wants to say hello. Hello, everybody. God. Oh, no. Ow. Right. Everyone, where are you? History. Right. Cooey. I wonder why Yerf dog's Yerf dog. Can you please?
Hello.
Yeah, I'm just writing a note to
Hello.
Yerf dog. Whoops, whoopsie day.
Okay. Sorry,
sending
I'm
notes
back
to
on my
Yerf dog.
computer.
What?
Yeah. I'm computer now.
Oh God. Oh God, I hate my voice. Oh dear me.
Can you hear
It never
me?
used to be like this, stupid high pitch. It happens when you get old, doesn't it? Oh.
Stupid fucking shitty. Right. Yeah.
Stupid, fucky, stupid life. Fuck it. You know what else I hate about living? When you get older, your nose and your ears carry on growing. Do you know that? Fucking things. I could do the nose job. Oh dear. Yeah, Mummy needs a nose job. Mummy.
My days.
Get my ears cut off. What?
Oh my days.
When you get older, you know you. When you get older, your nose keeps on growing. Doesn't stop. Do you know that? When you're an old man doing double, you're going to have a great big nose and great big ears. Huge ears. Does. Do you know that?
Sorry, can you hear me now?
You get big ears. Yeah,
Hello.
I can hear you. You'll get great big ears.
Chickpea, can you hear me?
Hello? Yeah. Yes.
You can
I
hear
can
me.
hear you.
Oh, finally.
Yeah, it's this
So
stream.
what you're saying,
I don't like this
when we get
restream,
old,
I
we
must
get
admit.
in longer ears and longer noses. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Is that what you're saying?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Yes. Moaning about when you
Hello.
get old.
Fucking hell.
Yes. Yes. When you get old, as you get older, your nose and your ears keep on
Oh
growing.
my days.
Really, I find the aging process is really quite nasty, and it is. Yeah, there's nothing good to be said for it. Nothing good to be said at all. I don't have one good word for it. I don't. Yeah.
Hello. Hello. Can you?
Yes, I'm here.
Finally. No. Yeah. Sorry.
I wonder why Yerf
Hey,
dog
so
woke up.
basically, when we get old, we're going to have elongated ears and noses, are we?
Yes. Yes.
Yes. And
Yes.
is this a problem you're suffering with at the moment? Is this?
Well,
Is this
yes, we all
or is it just for
do.
men?
No,
Yeah,
we get it
I
too,
heard this.
women.
Yeah. I heard it was mostly. I heard it like your nose never stops growing or something. Yeah.
Yeah, it never stops growing. Yeah.
Lovely.
I'm thinking about maybe I should get myself. Yes, I know it's
Mm.
lovely, isn't it? It just love it. I just love the way God's created us humans. It's such we really are the height of invention. I find we really are. You know, yeah, your ears get bigger, nose gets bigger, teeth start falling out. What else happens?
Oh dear.
I haven't
Your
got that
eyes start going.
What?
Your eyes start fading.
Yes,
Your
yes.
eyesight.
Memory starts to go. Little memory glitches.
Your skin starts to sag.
Yes, it really is
Mm.
quite. It really is quite cruel, actually, that we've been invented that way.
It really is.
Yeah. And it happens.
It is very cruel.
Yeah. To do that to a sentient feeling entity. I don't find that a very nice thing of this God to do. I think he's an asshole anyway. I tell you, when I meet him, I'm going to stab him in his eyes with my silver sword.
Really?
I'm going to get a really long silver sword, a really sharp one. And I'm going to go on the rampage when I get to wherever it is.
Careful what you say.
Huh?
Careful what you say. If he is this powerful, you might want to pay homage to him, right?
Yeah, well, if he was that good, you shouldn't expect us to pay homage to him. Should he? He's an asshole anyway. Yes, see, this is how I came to be on this channel. I came here because you were talking about all this when I first came here. You were talking about Gnosis and this evil demiurge that runs this place. Arsehole. Hate him. I find it all very, yeah. That's why I came here, because yes, I'm in my 70s, so I'm getting there now. We've got a few years left. So I've already decided once I can no longer look after myself, look after my cats, I'm off to Switzerland.
Do you have any older friends around the place? What are their views on it?
Everybody's happy. Well, most of my older friends have already died off. But everybody I know doesn't want to think about it. They're all very happy, glued to their TV sets and overeating. That's everyone I...
Well, there are good possibilities coming around the corner.
Sorry?
Yeah. There are some potential good possibilities. Would you not be? Are you not tempted to upload your consciousness to a microchip and then put it into the cloud, perhaps?
No.
At some point?
Good Lord, no.
No.
You're not going to do that,
heavens,
are
why
you?
ever not? No, you can come. Yeah, you can come on Yerf Dogs. I got a little bit. I think I've got a second win coming because we had I don't know. We had about 2 hours of good conversation there, didn't we, Chickpea? Then I got a little bit tired. But I've been kind of chilling out now. So
you're not.
You can come on.
You're not. You wouldn't do that, would you? Upload your consciousness?
No, definitely not. Why is this stream say 8 hours, 43 minutes, and 58 seconds on my side?
It says 4 hours and 18 on mine. I tell you.
I don't know what the fuck's going on today.
But I'll tell you something, like this whole thing, you don't believe in the chip. I do believe in the chip. Because, like I said, those guys who went around the graveyards, there was some kind of signal coming from people who'd been buried recently, and they reckon to do the COVID shots. And I think we are living in a time, I think AI and the chip, we are living in the end of it. We are living in the end of the age, and they're going to try and get our consciousness into something. Well, they won't be getting mine. They won't be getting it.
Oh dear.
Well, they will be. I mean, they even say it online. Don't you listen to people like Yuval? What's his name? The Jewish guy that he's written those couple of books.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they want.
I don't think you can separate. I don't think they can get your consciousness, Chickpea.
Can't they? No, they won't be
your
getting
consciousness
mine,
is intrinsically connected to your biology, in my view. Your consciousness is the electromagnetic flux that enlivens your brain, stimulated by your own neurotransmitters, your own nervous system. And I think what they would get, Chickpea, is nothing more than a mimicry of you, if you know what I mean. It would be just your memories that you vocalize, that you've written down. But to say that would be you, I think is a stretch. But here is Mr. Yerf Dogs himself. Mr. Yerf Dogs, how are you doing, sir?
Kia ora, good morning.
Hello, Yerfie.
Good morning, sir. In Japan, it is good morning.
What do you think of my cat, Yerf? What do you think of Bella?
Who's Bella?
Bella's in the picture. That's Bella.
Her cat.
Oh.
I'll just make it larger for you.
Looks like a cat.
There you go.
Oh, Bella Bugs. Bella. She's a right little madam, actually. Wow. She looks terribly sweet, but she's a proper little madam. She's the one that broke my arm. Well, my elbow.
I have to
Broke
admit,
your
I
arm.
have to
Broke my elbow,
apologize in
yeah.
advance. I had a cat when we had a cat when we were younger, and that cat didn't like me. So, quite frankly, I'm against all cats now.
They're my favourite life form.
No, they're
you go.
lovely.
They
Cats are
do
great.
say they are good judges of character, though.
Yeah, they love me. Well, Bella broke my elbow about 6 weeks ago. Naughty little girl.
Your
Mm.
cat broke your elbow.
I had a
Yeah,
cat.
yes. What happened was I was trying to medicate her. She's got an allergy problem. She bit me, so I moved my arm out of the way to get rid from the bite, and I banged it into the wall behind me and broke it. Bella. And a few years ago, Boris broke my foot. Me trying to get hold of him to medicate him. They don't like being medicated. Yes, two.
We only had one cat. We only had one cat when I was growing up that we owned.
Yeah,
We did have a cat that was left behind by a previous, the previous owner of the house that my mom and dad bought. They left their pets behind. What do you think of that? When we got there, they bought the house, and the people had left their cat and dog behind. What do you think
not
of
a
that,
very nice
Chickpea?
thing to do.
No.
Not a very nice.
But other than them two, and they were very old as well,
Oh, that's a
so they were
shame.
poorly animals. It was very sad.
Yeah, but yeah,
Very
they
sad.
become very
Anyway,
expensive.
we had another cat that its name was Fluffy. I didn't choose that name, by the way. And Fluffy got lost, and I never saw Fluffy again because
God.
Fluffy had this habit of climbing under, into the bonnet of the car and hiding and sitting up on the on top of the cover of the fan belt near the engine for a bit of heat in the wintertime.
Yes.
And you couldn't stop Fluffy from doing that. Once Fluffy knew how to do that, Fluffy used to do it whenever a car pulled in.
Yeah, they like doing that.
And and that's Fluffy disappeared one day because of that.
Oh God.
So I mean, she did it in my mum's car once. My mum picked me up from where the bus dropped me after school one day, and I heard a meow as she was driving along, and then went to pull in, and the cat was under the bonnet. But poor old Fluffy. I often wonder about that Fluffy. Where did she get to? What happened? I'll never know.
No,
let's hope that she made it out alive. We'll write a little folk song about it. Yeah.
Oh, you have dog. My cats are the only reason that I carry on living. But they are. There's no other reason. I've always been cat mad. No.
There's plenty of cats in the world. Yeah, there's plenty of cats in the world, Chickpea. So you'll be around for a while more yet.
Well, I just like cats. Yeah, I think I've got that virus. Apparently, there's a virus that people like me we can catch. That thing is
There's a virus that makes you French or something, isn't there? Or is it that a lot of French people have the virus? No. Apparently, there is a virus you get. It's a parasite from cats that attacks your brain, and apparently, a lot of French people have it.
Yes. Yes, I think I've got it, because to tell you something, if I see a cat...
What does it cause?
Well, I don't know, but they reckon that there is something that compels people to look after loads of cats in the way that I do. And if I had more space, I'd have more cats. And every time there's a cat outside, stray or anything, I start following it around, feed it, and look after it.
Here's an article from BBC. This cat-borne parasite could be causing you to make bad decisions.
Yes.
The parasite hijacks our brain chemistry and can lead to both rage and risk-taking.
Yes.
There you go. A parasite spread by cats may be manipulating half of the world's population's brains, causing them to take more risks. One second. Causing them to... where are we? Causing them to take more risks and behave more aggressively.
Well, I'm not aggressive.
A new review article brought together multiple studies to highlight how important it is to consider the mental, not just physical, impacts of parasitic infection. The review, published in Frontiers in Psychiatry, focused on the most common parasitic infection found in humans, Toxoplasma gondii.
Yeah.
The parasite can cause the brain to create more of the feel-good hormone dopamine, which rewards people for doing what will help them survive and thrive, such as sleeping, eating, social interaction, and sex.
I've been celebrating.
There you go. Having more dopamine might sound like a good thing, but it actually means the brain rewards behavior that it shouldn't, leading to poor impulse control, increased aggression, and even riskier sexual behavior. The significance of these findings for society is considerable. The study states the possible behavioral changes caused by a widespread parasitic infection, such as T. gondii, underscore that such infections can pose not only medical but also psychological and social challenges. In particular, the potential for a parasitic infections to exacerbate aggressive and impulsive behavior raises important questions for understanding and preventing violence and behavioral disorders. It is thought that somewhere between 30 and 60% of humans worldwide are infected with this parasite.
Surprise me.
The infection largely goes undetected, as most adults with healthy immune systems exhibit no obvious physical symptoms, though it causes host animals to release dopamine as part of its complex life cycle. The parasite's primary hosts are cats, and they reproduce inside the feline digestive system, creating an egg-like structure known as oocysts. When the cat poops, it releases these oocysts into the wild, allowing them to spread into the soil, water, and plants. These are then eaten by other animals, including cats, that prey on such as birds and rodents. As the parasite aims to end up back in a cat's digestive tract, T. gondii has evolved to interfere with these prey species' brain chemistry, including reducing their fear response. This means they're less likely to run away from a cat and more likely to end up in its stomach. Humans are mostly infected with it through handling of cat litter and the consumption of untreated food. Fortunately, there are several easy ways to protect yourself, such as washing your hands, etc., etc.
I've got that.
So there you go.
I've got that.
Now, you probably... Yeah, I mean, that is a funny, cruel state of nature. Like, you know, there is this parasite that mice get because of cats, and it makes them less, it makes them oblivious to danger, and they run around fearless, and then the cat eats them.
Nature's cruel. Yeah. It really is shit.
Nature is very cruel.
Horrible. It really is. But I just find...
Unless you're an eco-fascist nature worshipper.
Yeah. But I just find like...
I read an interesting article, Dogs, at the beginning of the show about this new anti-technology eco-fascism.
Okay.
And there's already been several people killed by groups affiliated with it. And they've been attacking kind of technological infrastructure. They basically... Yes. They want to, you know about it then. They want to basically cause a regress in society so that we go back to nature.
Is it Zizians? Is that what they are?
Let me try and find the article again. There was actually more than one group. There was loads of different groups. Yeah. There was loads of different groups.
You know what else I've
anti-tech.
Noticed?
Actually, it would be worth reading because it's definitely correlated with some of the stuff you talk about with ethylism. So, but funnily enough, obviously, it's opposed to ethylism. I've shared it in the YouTube chat. Can you see it?
Hang on. Jacobin. Yeah, it sounds like this is it. Okay.
There was a few different groups mentioned. Yeah.
Gosh. I've still got the David Dyke Lark up there.
And some of them were white supremacists as well. It's really weird. They were white supremacists who want to blow up all technology because they think that whites would prosper in a world without modern technology.
All right.
Like, what the fuck?
Let's give it a go.
Fuck it. No.
It's like living in an asylum. Just an insane
It really is. It is that crazy. It is that crazy. When I was reading that article, I was thinking, holy shit. You know?
Absolutely. Yeah. Asylum. I just don't see how it can all go on. Any of it. Not any of it. I just don't see how it can.
I suppose this is linked to something we've spoken about a lot on here. And that is, never before in the past has someone's ideology been in a position to be imposed on so many people.
Yes.
You know, because we are living in this world of impending AI fucking takeover of our daily lives. And so, yeah, we've never been in such a position where an ideology can be imposed on us all, you know?
It's all very scary. Puts a fear of God at me, I tell you.
So it really is very important, actually, to keep an eye on pervasive ideologies in the Silicon Valley, you know?
And have you heard, David?
And I suppose amongst the competitors, such as in China and such. Sorry, what did you say?
Have you heard Jeff Bezos is laying off 600,000 workers and going robotic?
No, I didn't.
Yes,
hear that,
he's laying off all his warehouse staff, all this, all that, robots. I mean, all right, Pete, it's not a very nice job working in a warehouse, but this is going to go everywhere. This whole robot thing and this with these. I mean, I've got Jeff Bezos. What he's done is fabulous, but at the same time.
Well, that's good because that probably means I'll get my Vegemite quicker.
Well, it should lower the prices drastically.
I don't think.
But then again, there will be the whole.
To make money.
There will be no. You're right. There'll be the initial up. Will be the unfortunate ones paying for the fucking initial build. So it might actually put up prices.
I don't know.
Or the price, or at least the price drop won't be evident for a while.
Yeah, the thing is, all this AI. Like I know secretaries are becoming obsolete. Because now you can just talk to a computer, get everything typed up for you. But that's happening everywhere. What's going to happen in the future when there's no work for us little proles? I mean, I like not working, but I don't know. I don't know what to make of it all, actually.
Well, that's the whole useless eater conversation, isn't it?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
That little bald fella who looks like Mr. Burns from The Simpsons, the WEF guy, he's all about that.
Yeah, what's his name? Yuval. Isn't it Yuval?
Yeah.
Yuval Noah Harari, yeah.
Very clever guy.
Is he, though? I mean, from what I've seen of him, it's kind of, yeah, is he? I mean...
Well, he's got more between his ears than I have, okay? He's got more between his ears than I have.
I'm just not. I haven't heard anything groundbreaking from him. It's like, oh yeah. I mean, whatever.
Well, I think he's like a storyteller, really, more than anything.
Yeah.
He just recounts.
Yes, I think
he just recounts what has already happened, and I don't know if he really gives anything groundbreaking in terms of new thought, but he collates it all, and I think he communicates it in a manner that's easy to read for people as well.
Maybe.
So I think that's why he's popular.
Yeah.
Really, he's a kind of.
I haven't read any of his stuff. I've only seen his what do you call them? Speeches.
Oh, really? Yeah, I've read Homo Sapiens. Okay. I've read Homo Deus. I think Nexus as well. I don't think I did that one. I don't think I read that. Let me just.
Okay.
Actually, I did read that. I did read that.
So you think he's
because I had I listened to that more likely. Sorry. Yeah, he is. I mean, he's something you could just put on and listen to, and it will, or read, and it will kind of. It's easy reading, easy listening. You know what I mean? Whichever way you want to do it. And the thing is, it might give you something to think about, and look into further. You know, that kind of way. Okay. He's one of those. He will enliven like a thought in you to go and research more. You know, that kind of way.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah. All the cats are with me in my little bed. We all sleep together. The 7 or 8 of us.
But what do you think of the World Economic Forum in general? Like it is, yeah, as you said, he is their little darling, and a lot of people are very kind of skeptical of the World Economic Forum and what it stands for, what it is. What's your views on it, people?
I'm against it. I mean, that would be my bottom line. But I mean, it's inevitable, that kind of thing.
Because it's undemocratic, is it? Is it because it's?
Well, it's undemocratic.
It's an undemocratic organization.
Yeah, it tries to put itself. It's like a United Nations but a real dickhead United Nations in a sense. But it's an oligarchical. It's not nations. It's rich people basically. It's like whatever. But it's just the same old story. The rich people think that they're better than us, so they and they've got more resources and power to do whatever they want to do, so they do it.
And there's a lot of entitlement and all that. Yeah.
I mean, I just want to be fucking left alone, you know. I mean, seriously, I've said this before on this channel, but honestly, the old becoming a fucking Buddhist monk in a temple in the middle of the mountains looks more attractive as time goes on.
Yeah, but I think it might be allowable for us, but I really don't know if it will. I don't think. Well, it might not even be. We might not even be allowed to do that the way things are going. But it does look like humanity is heading for a situation where you won't really be allowed to do much. Like you'll have to.
Well, you'll be allowed
doing that
to,
kind
but
of
you'll
thing.
be very restricted on. Like there'll be a lot of barriers about what you can think.
Yeah,
that kind of thing. What you can say. There'll definitely be more controls.
Yeah, but even I just wonder, like, in terms of like wandering off into the wilderness. I mean, I don't know if they'll want you doing that. To be honest with you,
I think
them
there's
coming
going
up
to be,
with
but again,
reasons.
the people who live in the countryside and rural areas, they tend to be older. Like it's very difficult to get young people there. So I don't know if it's that much of a threat, in scare quotes, to their mission, to their objectives. Like if the old people just want to die out in the countryside, they're probably not fussed about it. Just let them do it.
Well, yeah, I mean, you do hear a lot about the kind of the big money takeover of the countryside as well. These corporations buying up land and like rich people buying up land as well.
True.
So we're gonna have like super farms, farms the size of small fucking countries, and yeah. I mean, I don't know, you guys. Do you look at that stuff about BlackRock and
Yes,
Vanguard and all
terrifying.
that?
BlackRock.
That is like I don't know enough about it, but they're in every country, aren't
They
they?
are
So
the
they are.
richest investment company on the planet.
Yeah. I know what they do. I know. Basically, the rich people invest in these wealth asset management portfolios with them, and basically they buy the stuff, but you just don't know who. You just don't know who's putting the money in because it's all hidden, and all you see is the BlackRock owning it. But like they seem to be everywhere. They seem to be buying up land and houses
they're
and
doing it in my
businesses
block
and stuff everywhere.
There's a flat in my,
Really?
there's a flat in my block a guy owned. He couldn't sell it, and it's been sold to a corporation. They won't say which corporation it is, but I suspect it's probably BlackRock. Yeah.
Nah. Really?
Yeah. The flats
I
here,
doubt they just buy one
here
off.
so where I live in Hackney, the flats is this. It's just a tiny little 2-bedroom little flat. They are so expensive. So it's been brought up by some corporation. He still lives there. The guy.
It might be a care company or something.
Well, it's a young guy. No, there's something weird going on. I know that I've seen, like, I live in a council block, council flats, and I've seen really weird things going on that just don't add up as far as workmen are concerned. There are council workmen going into privately owned flats and working in them, making absolute racket and everything. And they think, so what is going on here? What is happening? But they do say that eventually all property, we will own nothing and be happy. And I suspect that what's going to happen is they will crash the economy to such an extent. Because, I mean, here in Hackney, if you want to buy yourself a 1-bedroom ex-council flat, it's going to cost you 350,000. The little flat that I live in, 350,000.
That's insane.
I know, it's terrifying, isn't it? Isn't it terrifying?
How much? How much? Sorry, how much is it?
350,000. My little flat I live in.
For how many bedrooms?
1.
1 bedroom?
Yeah, it's a 1-bedroom flat. That's what they sell for here. It's central Hackney. That's what they sell for. Granted, it's near a hospital, so you can work at where I live now.
I think it's the same where I am. To be honest with you, it's about that. So
yeah, because Hackney's becoming very gentrified.
you can buy. You know how much a studio without a bedroom.
Yeah, odd.
230, 240.
Yeah, I know. Yeah,
Fuck.
it's terrifying. It's terrifying. Mind you, Japan's not much better.
It is
I'd be
terrifying.
looking at flats.
But yeah. I'm just looking. BlackRock are buying up UK homes and property.
Yeah, but that flat is corporate, and the actual flat. So if you Google it, blah blah blah, there's a bit where you can see it's actually corporate something or other. It's terrifying. Well, you know, I mean, I'd rather live in a council flat than live in a flat owned by BlackRock, to be quite honest. Because Hackney Council's not that bad a council, actually. It's very, very heavily in debt. It's going bankrupt. And, well, I do know Hackney's twinned with the city. So, yeah. But, yeah, 350,000 for a one-bedroom little tiny council flat. That's what the prices are.
Yeah,
do you want to watch a quick video on BlackRock?
Sorry?
I know about BlackRock. Larry Fink.
Do you want to watch a quick video on BlackRock? Or?
Oh, man, I'm immersed in that stuff. You go for it, man.
What do you mean you're immersed in that stuff?
You don't have to. You don't want to watch it. What you know all about it.
I'm not bothered. It's just I know a lot of people in that industry.
Actually, yes, Doc. I watch videos about Japan because it's got some fabulous things, hasn't it? But the housing can be quite heavy duty, can't it, price wise?
It depends where you want to go. The cities are still pricey, but they're losing value on a long term graph. But there's a lot of empty houses.
Is there?
There's tons. You can pick up houses here for 50 grand, 100 grand.
Maybe I should emigrate there. I'm looking to buy a property.
Go for it.
Isn't the thing about the empty homes in Japan, though, about the building codes and how the building codes are updated every like 2 fucking years because of earthquakes and, you know, integrity and all that stuff?
I've not heard anything about that. I mean, the building codes have been updated, but not every 2 years. It's not how it works.
I just heard in Japan they update it especially frequently compared to other countries, and it's due to the infrastructure risk due to natural disasters.
I haven't heard anything about that. The legislation moves pretty slow.
Actually, Yerf Dog, you must be fun living in Japan because the Japanese ladies are gorgeous, aren't they?
I've got stories.
What?
I've got stories.
Yeah, I bet you have, because there's gorgeous looking girls there. They are beautiful Japanese girls. I know a Japanese girl who lives in my block. There's all sorts living here. Yeah. Very beautiful, gorgeous looking. Gorgeous. Yeah.
Oh, it's a good place.
Yes. Yes. Can you speak Japanese then?
No,
yes,
not as well as I should. I must admit I am embarrassed about that. I'm studying more and more now to get my chops up, but no, I don't speak it as well as I should.
It's a difficult language, isn't it?
I'm sorry?
I'd be too stupid. I'm too stupid to learn to be able to speak Japanese. They're quite clever people, aren't they?
You pick stuff up as you go around. But
easier than learning Mandarin.
I've been quite lucky because I you know, like when you're a gaijin here, you can get away with not learning it, if that makes sense. But at the same time, it's not good to do that, and that's
it's not good. No, it's not good. You should speak the language of the country you're living in. Yes.
Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, absolutely agree with you.
Speak it.
So that's
even
my
if it's difficult.
But no, there's a lot of because of inheritance. The way inheritance works here, they don't have wills, which may sound odd. It's just the houses basically go to the kids, and if the kids have moved away or they're living in different areas, literally they'll just go and board the house up and walk away from it because it's actually cheaper just to let it sit there and rot.
Oh, is that what's happening?
Yeah.
Oh, that's it.
You can see them everywhere, these boarded houses. So
they're bringing in all these weird rules.
What you're looking for.
Can you hear me?
I'm sorry?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're bringing on all these weird rules over here. Like, if you own, is it £1 million house, you've got to pay £10,000 or something.
Oh yeah, they're doing that. Yeah, no, yeah.
Even if you've paid off your mortgage.
Your farms are getting nailed as well, aren't they?
Everything's getting nailed, and I genuinely think it is to do with the "you will own nothing" thing. You know?
Yes.
You know, the World Economic Forum plan. You will
They
own
will
nothing. You'll be
crash it.
happy.
They will crash it. You know what the plan is? What they will do is eventually UK will be unable to pay the interest on its debt, on money that's been created out of thin air anyway, and they'll just crash the whole economy. We'll all be broke.
Oh, the World's Bank is doing that to every country. It's
Yeah,
crazy.
yeah, but UK, you can see it coming. You can
Yep.
actually see it. It's getting to be completely insane with property prices. I mean, where I live, 350 for a tiny little one-bedroom flat. The average wage in Hackney is what, 25 grand? I mean, it's insane. So that's 10, 15 times the salary or something ridiculous. 12 times the salary.
Hmm.
I mean, how are you supposed to pay that? It was bad enough in the 80s when it went up to 18%. I lost my home when that happened. Lucky me.
All I know is I grew up in a $400,000 home, and now all
lucky
those
you.
homes around the same price range are now over $1 million. You know,
Yeah.
every single one of these, middle class homes are $1 million up,
Yeah, but that's all money created out
and
of
none
thin
of them are
air.
even worth $1 million. They're like all falling apart, made like shit. It's
They're very like
sad.
shit up there. Yeah, I know.
It's like I'm not fucking paying $1 million for a modern home made out of fucking timber
Just
rotting
like
and
that here.
shit. Like,
Like that here.
fuck.
Yeah, it's terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. Yeah.
I'm paying $1 million. This bitch better be made out of stone. It better have some masonry. Last a while.
Yes. Yes. It's same in the UK, same in London. Flats are so badly built that you can hear the person next living next door to you talking, and you can hear people walking, and you touch the walls, and it's like you're banging on cardboard. It's terrible, terrifying.
Yeah, you got to watch that here as well. There's a lot of apartment buildings like that. When I first came to Japan, I had a couple of experiences like that, and you could hear the neighbors next door.
Terrifying, isn't it?
Jeez, what a
Because you know that they
nightmare.
can hear you, and that's no good.
Yeah. Yeah, it's very stressful to live with. Very stressful.
Incredibly stressful.
Yeah. Because
Nothing but high blood pressure and fucking cortisol. That's really good for your health.
Yeah. Very stressful. Horrible. I think, yes, our 80 good years are coming to an end. I think personally, it's been 80 good years. I don't know. I'm just being a grumpy old bag as usual.
You may have had 80 good years. I don't think the past 80 years have been good.
well, yes, exactly. They've been okay for me. Yes, I know. Yes, what you are saying is actually true, but they've been okay for me.
But I think, Chickpea, you hit the sweet spot in terms of good life. Like,
Yeah, I was one of the boomers. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like
Hooray! 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 Anyway,
that...
thanks for saying that, because I've always thought that. I was just very lucky to hit a good spot.
Yeah. I mean, I used to think I could also see my older years out in peace, as it were, but I don't think that's going to be the case.
Yeah,
and for the younger people these days as well, I mean, I wouldn't even know how to begin to navigate today's world as a 20-something.
Yeah.
What do you mean, live your days out in peace? What sorry, I zoned out there, guys.
Oh, sorry. Just like, have a decent retirement, basically, and
All
access
right,
to good medical care and all that, yada. Just stuff like that. But I don't think that's going to be the case.
Yeah.
No,
it
may well. It seems that we're going to have to be grinding until the end in this world,
Yeah. But not even that. I just don't think, in terms of safety, I think the world is becoming less safe.
Yes.
And again, I'm just going to say it because of the Islam religion, that's just starting to fucking screw things up everywhere.
Hooray!
Because the internet has nothing to do with all this insanity.
Yeah, I think Doctor, you're right. When you say that, I think my generation, born in the 50s, we have been very lucky working class people.
I think the 10,000 cults born of the internet is more dangerous than Islam.
Do you?
Yeah.
Oh, well, you obviously don't live between it. I tell you something.
Sorry, what is more? What cult is more dangerous?
No, not one cult. The cults. I'm saying I think the 10,000 cults born of the internet are more dangerous than Islam.
10,000 cults. Okay.
Yeah, just nobody has quantified the exact number of cults born out of the internet, but I'm saying it's sort of like Christianity and how there's all these different what's it called, the denominations, you know, and it's like that doesn't unify Christianity having all these denominations. It just causes all this chaos and division. And I see it the same way with the cults. You know, I think the 10,000 vastly different ideologies, you know, intermixing and contrasting and polarization, it's bound to end up causing more violence.
Do you think so? No, I'm afraid I beg to differ there.
I think also the West is cooked with this whole fucking woke stuff as well. Just fucking cooked. I mean, you know, I mean, I'm going back to New Zealand next year to check it out again, see how much it's fucking gone downhill since I last went. Not looking forward to that particularly, but
yeah, Japan must be quite sick. Japan is mostly Japanese, isn't it?
Yeah,
a
and I hope
beautiful,
they keep it
calm
that way.
people.
I'm Japan for Japanese all the way.
Yeah.
Oh my God. All
Oh.
these white people saying that shit, man. Keep anime Japanese. And oh my
Yeah, the
goodness.
Japanese are a lovely
here.
race.
I live here. It's nothing to do with fucking anime. I live here and I know what's at stake.
Oh, it's all related, man. It's all related. I see freaking people all around the world that are complete weebs sucked into the anime culture and getting sucked into the Japanese politics, not understanding anything about geopolitics or their own country's politics, let alone Japanese politics. So it's just an absurd situation of just culture and it just, oh, it's crazy. It's wild.
I don't know. I must admit,
I see the same thing here. You know, you see the same thing with American exceptionalism. You see, you know, fucking countries, you know, that are actively being brutalized by America, you know, fucking waving American flags everywhere and saying how America is going to fix the country. You know, like there's these cultural, you know, myths or biases or, you know, viewpoints or, you know, whatever, but they impact a lot of different, they impact a lot of different things in many different ways. So I don't know.
But there's been a hard swing right here in Japan. Massive, big right-wing swing, which is very interesting to watch. And now they've got their first chick for a prime minister too, which is lovely. That's good.
That just makes sense with Japanese culture, man.
What?
Just a swing to conservatism, that just makes sense with Japanese culture, you know?
No,
they're just a very conservative culture in many aspects.
I think it's rather nice cults because they're very well mannered to each other, aren't they? And I think that's one of the things that we don't have so much in the West anymore.
Yeah,
well mannered if you're acting normal, that's for sure.
Yeah, etiquette's a big thing here, and you've.
Yeah, I think that's a good thing.
Yeah, it is.
I do.
It is.
It's very, very important. You know, politeness and manners, and how you treat those.
I mean, it has its downside too. I mean, I've noticed one thing I've said, in the time I've lived here, I've observed that Japanese are really big on etiquette, but when it comes to manners, it's a little bit not really up to par, in my opinion.
Well, I've never been to Japan, so I wouldn't know, but yeah.
Yeah.
That's a very important nuance,
once you've been here for longer than a tourist, once you've been here longer than a tourist, you get to see how the sausage is made.
Interesting metaphor. I don't think they eat that. Do they eat much sausage in Japan?
They eat meat. Sausages maybe sausages not so much, but
yeah. I just thought it was an interesting metaphor.
But no, I mean, look, honestly, I'm just lucky. I've considered myself very lucky to be living here. Very lucky.
Well, you're lucky that you found a place you like, yeah.
For sure. If it vibes with you, why not?
I used to like where I live until about 5/4 recently. It's gone too far. Everything's gone too far here, and I just feel completely bombed by it.
God, you're all lucky. I've never fucking appreciated where I've lived. I've always hated it.
No, I like my little flat here in Hackney, and it's been 30 good years, but
hatred for the hometown, no pride.
No, I've been I've had a nice flat, very nice, easy life, and Yeah, I like Hackney, but it's gone. Too many people have moved in, and now I feel completely bombarded, totally bombarded with noise and people. And it's just too many people.
How much of that is the country, and how much of that is just the world? You know, the population has increased so
Well,
much.
Hackney's become very, very popular in the past few years. It's a funny little city, funny little
So
place
a little
just
bit of both,
outside London. It's
for
well,
sure.
it's just happened that it's become very. Plus, you've had this influx of immigrants over the past few years, and they really are starting to show themselves now. And it's just too many people. I
don't think population density has anything to do with smooth running operations. Tokyo's got what fucking, I can't remember the number, it's 20 million or something people.
Yeah, I couldn't cope with that, I must admit. I would find that hard.
But it's really smooth. It's smooth. There's
yeah, but does it work smoothly for the neurodivergent and autistic Japanese people? I bet not so.
I honestly don't give a fuck about that shit. It works. It just works.
Yeah, it's a very. I often watch YouTube videos on Japan. I watch about all the different countries in the world, and Japan looks very, very beautiful people. Nice to look at, you know. People are nice
and they're
to
lovely.
look at.
Like, yeah, I mean, the people here are great. Like, like I said, I mean, I guess once you've been here long enough, it just becomes. It's not a tourist place. It just becomes where you live, like home.
Yeah,
and you see all the shit. You see the good stuff, and at the end of the day, it's true. You know, ebony and ivory, we're just all the same. At the end of the day, no, that's wrong. I wouldn't go that far. But where people are people, basically, and how do I say it? Japan's a good civilization. Let's put it that way.
Yes. Yeah, I've always thought so. I find them very, yeah.
Mr. D&W, you've fallen asleep there, buddy.
I'm here.
He's been working for 5 hours now.
I was just going on Twitter, and I went down a rabbit hole. I was reading about weird surveillance planes flying over American cities and scanning homes. I was reading about a plane was flying over Chicago last night. There was weird green beams coming out of it, and it was flying over the city.
Those weird things.
And it looked like it had a green kind of light coming out of it, like a laser, and it was scanning all the homes. Sorry?
DW, what's happened to your thing about interdimensional beings? You know, you said something about interdimensional beings yesterday.
That was a joke, but
was it? Well, you know what? It wouldn't. This world is so shitty, and this whole environment is so shitty. It wouldn't surprise me one little bit. And I just hope I never see one.
I said it as a joke, but theoretically, I don't see anything wrong with suggesting there could be interdimensional beings.
It wouldn't surprise me.
I believe in interdimensional beings more than aliens.
But like not that they come here. I don't know if they necessarily come here or whatever, but I don't know. I would say other dimensional beings, in that there could be other dimensions we can't see, and not in a spiritual. I mean, in some kind of weird physics sense, that there could be other ways of existence coming into being, and other forms of life in those existences. You know,
it wouldn't surprise me one little bit, because I tell you something. This planet is such a bleep up, the whole lot. Nothing would surprise me anymore. Nothing.
What do you hear about these interdimensional? But by the way, Sage, before I ask you about that, the reason that interested me, these surveillance planes that were flying over Chicago last night with these weird green kind of lights coming out of them, scanning the city. I remember hearing a lot early. Was it very early in the year about weird UFO metallic orbs that were flying over a lot of American cities, including like
you're talking
New
about
York.
The Burgosphere?
There were these weird metallic orbs, like that were all over the news. They were on like the national news and everything over there. Like Fox News was talking about it, CNN. And then we didn't really hear anything about them again. I was wondering, why was that? It was going on. It was on the news for about 2 months solid. And I'm just wondering, what was that about? Like, why didn't we hear anything afterwards? Because my guess was it was probably like some new tech they were testing, like the American military or something, surveillance tech or whatever. But we didn't really hear anything, Sage, did we? Or did you hear something about it since?
Well, I think part of it is that there's sort of two sphere things going on at the same time. There was that multitude of spheres going on, but then there's this whole burgosphere that everyone was talking about, and that I think that sort of took the highlights. It took away the
What the hell was the
discussion from the.
burgosphere?
What was that?
What's the burgosphere?
The burgosphere was this sphere that supposedly they said was flying around, and that they found it landed in some field, and it was full of alien writing and stuff. And
Oh no, I
but
never heard of. I
oh
never
my
heard about
God,
that.
you
No.
look at it, it looks like some drunk made it with a Dremel. It's
Right.
ridiculous, and all these people online think that it's alien technology. I'm like, I could believe in certain
No,
aspects
no,
of
no. But
something like
Sage,
that
did you not
happening,
hear?
but not in this case. This thing looks the shoddy workmanship on this, man. It looks like a drunk with the Dremel.
D&W, did I tell you about? I think I did tell you when I was living in Bahrain. When I was 14, 15, 16, we were living on this American base. And one night, me and my little boyfriend, we was lurking around the base in place where we should be lurking.
You said you saw a tank, like a holograph.
Yeah,
of a
we
tank,
saw
right?
holograms of military vehicles appearing, disappearing. And that was in 1969, 68, 69 time. Yeah, so it already existed. And I'll tell you something else weird, mobile phones. When I was in the Navy, I could phone anywhere in the world from the phone on my desk to a ship anywhere on the planet instantly. So they
In what
keep
year?
saying this would have been in I was in mob from 1972 to
Well, it was
70.
satellite phones, wasn't it?
I don't know. I don't know.
They're called satellite phones. They work via satellite. And
Yeah,
they had
no,
This
they
was
still
satellites.
have those.
1972, and this is from
Satellite phones
this.
are
Yeah,
amazing.
they still have
Well,
them.
this was
You can get one still.
1972, 73 time. Did they exist in those days? I don't know.
Yeah, no,
Probably
they
for the
existed back
military. I would
then.
say for the military, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
definitely
I
for the
could phone a
military.
ship in the middle of whatever ocean and talk to somebody instantly.
I mean, that's
Yep.
where they were used first. They were used at sea first. That's what they were for. They were for.
All right. All right.
boats,
I'll
yeah.
get you. But yeah,
Yeah, they're big
Bahrain.
time for survivalists, and those people going on crazy adventures, hiking up Everest and shit. Everybody got a satellite phone in those situations.
Oh, right. Okay. Okay. So that's what. But when in Bahrain, yeah, I tell you, I saw holograms of military vehicles moving on this big parade ground. We were lurking about on. Those were the days as a little teenager.
Yeah, I think these optical phenomenons are often more likely dimensional phenomenons than technological phenomenons.
Well, I'm just saying,
Yeah,
I
but
don't know what I'm saying.
Sage, you
saw
don't seem to. Sage, there were
Yes,
these
please.
weird metallic orbs flying around the US, and some of them were flying out to sea and then diving down into the sea, and then they were coming back out of the sea again and then flying over the land. Did you not hear about this? This was going on.
Yeah, no,
This is
I heard about that. I'm just saying,
Yeah, well, I'm
really
asking about. I'm strictly asking about that. Was there anything else about that?
not that I heard. No.
Weird. Because that, as I said, that was on. There was police forces fucking in New Jersey talking about it and everything. Wasn't there, Chickpea, on some of the news channels?
Yeah, I've been watching it. There's a guy RB333.
I mean, they were probably look. They were probably just normal drones, and then there was all this weird hysteria, and people were making up stories.
That too, big time.
Yeah,
big time. No, that's like that most UFOs reported are actually just tea light candles underneath bags or balloons. That kind of thing.
I don't know what I believe, because I have seen a triangle in the sky back years
literally
back.
The easiest way to make some UFO scenario hysteria in your community is just to buy some helium balloons and glow sticks and fucking tie the balloon sticks up inside the helium balloons and let them flow away. Everyone will lose their shit. It's crazy.
Thing is, Sage, I have meant
that is actually funny.
Yeah, it's really funny. They'll fucking military will come in and shit. I'm like, holy fuck, man. This just shows how weak of a grasp we have on ourselves as a society.
Sage, back in the early mid-90s, I did see a huge triangle in the sky. It was huge in the early hours of the morning as dawn was just rising. So it was, light, see it. And it was a really weird color, a color that I can't even never, strange coppery color, weird. And then, I have Googled it, and around about that time, there were other people reported sightings of it.
Was the copper color moving at all?
No, it was completely still. It was
Oh,
weird.
okay. I didn't know if it was static or fluid. You know, if the
It was
copper
weird,
color
weird
is
looking, ever
fluidic.
so strange. Anyway, if it's the thought of there being interdimensional wouldn't surprise me one little bit, because you know what, this whole creation's bleeped up enough, is such a bleep up. It wouldn't surprise me one little bit that we were living, if I had a bloody alien sitting in my bedroom with me, it wouldn't even surprise me anymore. You know, it's just this whole creation's one big horrible bleep up. It's
actually really wild because we know enough about physics and topology and all this to where we can actually show what it would look like if a four-dimensional being entered three-dimensional space. And it's really wild because, like, if the four-dimensional being was like a hypersphere and it's entering our
and they never
world,
wear
it
clothes, I've
looks like a
noticed.
sphere turning into a circle, turning into nothing, and coming back into a giant sphere, into a circle, into nothing. It's really wild. So it's
And
like if you ever look into the sky and you see some sphere turn into a circle, turn into nothing, that might be some dimensional crossover.
And you know, guessing about these entities, these aliens, they don't wear clothes. Have you noticed? They all walk around naked. I don't know.
The
Wear
aliens I've met
clothes.
have no concept of nude. You know, like would you see an enemy in the sea and go, "Oh man, why aren't you wearing pants?" All the aliens I've met are too, you know, they're not humanoid enough for nudity to be a concern.
But it wouldn't surprise me if there were. I don't know. I've got enough coping with the human race, to be quite honest. And I have. And then, of course, there's the afterlife. It could deal with some archons and fuck knows what else is on the other side of all this. Because I was reading somewhere that when we die, we just go through a checkpoint to the next dimension. Lovely. I can't wait. I'm going to take a knife with me, a big, big, big knife, and I'm going to go on a stabbing spree if there is anybody there. I'm going to kill them all because I'm very unhappy about it. Because all I want is blissful oblivion from the whole shebang. I've had 70 years of this poop, and I'm sick of it.
What about blissful non-duality?
What's that mean? I just want
Just
blissful.
where your ego dissolves, where your
Yeah.
personality dissolves.
Sage,
You're still
explain this
conscious, but you're one with
non-duality thing.
everything.
All I want is blissful oblivion. I want oblivion. I want nothing.
There's a lot of people jumping on this non-duality thing, this non-duality train.
What does that mean?
Sage, do you know much about it? Would you like to talk about what it is and what exactly it entails and why people are going towards it online?
Well, a good little stepping stone is, do any of you know what pantheism is?
I've heard of the word, but I can't remember what it means.
Yep.
Pantheism is the belief that everything is God. You know, that
Many
literally
gods,
your
right?
chair
Or
is
everything
God.
is God.
Everything in the
So it's
material
like
reality.
Spinozan stuff.
Yep.
Spinozan kind of view of.
Yeah, and non-duality and pantheism have a lot of parallels. You know, non-duality is basically just an even more expansive field. You know, it's less about the God; it's more about the universe. But they're very parallel in the way in the train of reasoning. So it's basically non-duality. You know, if everything is God, and you know we can reach the state of non-duality, we can dissolve our egos, become one with God. We're all part of the grand architecture. You know, we're still conscious, but we've lost our ego and our identity. And it's a really hard thing for a lot of people to contemplate. You know, like what am I? What is my identity but my ego? You know, but you can dissolve and still be alive and conscious, but not be alive. It's a very wild thing to try to discuss.
Lovely. That sounds absolutely lovely.
That's what I'm saying. It's just a different side of nothing. A side that sounds less negative, but still might vibe with you on a way that works with you.
Sounds like an absolute horror story. All I want is nothing. I just want my soul to die. I want my consciousness to die, and I want nothing. I'm knackered.
See, that's what I'm saying though, is that when you lose your sense of identity, all your, the things that made you, but you're still alive, you don't have any of these, things that say I want to be alive or I don't want to be alive. You are just being.
Well, I don't want to be. I want nothing. I just want nothing like I had before. Well, no, I didn't have
So you
nothing.
go hardcore into the oblivion. Okay.
Yeah, I want hardcore oblivion.
You're not just, dipping your toes in the oblivion. You are
I
fucking.
just
I
don't
want
want
to be
to.
cannonballed head first right into oblivion. All right.
Yeah. I don't want. I find all said and done, and I've not a hard life, but I find living on this planet and everything. Well, I've 71 years, and quite frankly, I there are good things, but on the whole, I think there's a lot of suffering on this planet, too much suffering, and I don't like what I see. And
No,
it
I feel
has,
like I sort of get where
and the
you're coming
suffering
from.
that I have seen has affected my entire consciousness. It's affected my whole soul. It's affected my consciousness.
I feel like I sort of get what you're saying in the sense that, like, I've actually seen the Christian heaven, and oh my God, is it gaudy? It's so fucking gaudy. It's too fucking good. It's where where it's like, my God, living here for eternity would be just as bad as living in hell for
Yeah, because it's,
eternity.
yes,
Like, God.
apparently, yeah, there's all golden castles everywhere, isn't there? This God sitting on
Oh,
the
there's a
bloody
lot of
throne.
gold, a lot of emeralds,
Yeah, it
fucking
looks
silver,
absolute
gold,
nightmare.
and jewels.
Absolute
Silver,
nightmare.
gold, and jewels. And
Absolute
these
nightmare.
grand Roman fucking columns
Yeah,
everywhere.
yeah. Absolute nightmare.
Oh my gosh.
It looks worse than this
It's
earth
a
does.
great place for a little vacation, man, but
Yeah,
I don't
lovely. I
see
really want
making
to
a
go
home there.
on the Golden Palace. That's what I want. No, I
Not
just
yet,
want
at
the whole.
least.
I don't know anymore. I'm a lot older than you. You see, I've got lots of years on you lot. And I'm piddled off to the back teeth. And when you get never mind. I'm not going to moan about aging anymore. I'm going to be a happy little old lady.
I know. Once you start moaning about aging, you sort of lose the feeling like you're
There's a
you, huh?
happy
You start bleeding into everybody else.
shut your fuck. I mean, the only good thing is I can sleep all day if I want to.
Guys, I'm going to be gone for about 5-10 minutes or so because I've got to bring this dog out.
All right.
But I'll be back in a bit.
The only good thing about aging is I can sleep all day if I want to. You know?
Yep. Heck, well, if you're able to, some old people can't sleep more than freaking like 5 hours at a
Oh
time.
no, I can sleep 12, 13 hours at a time.
Oh, how lucky are you?
Yes.
My goodness.
I know it's lovely.
I've heard that most people, as they get older, they have a harder time sleeping
No,
longer.
I sleep like I've always slept. So once when I was in Berlin, I used to work at this bar. And one night I came home from work 7 o'clock in the morning. I went to bed and I set my alarm for 7, but the alarm didn't go off. I woke up at sort of 6 o'clock, started to get ready for work, to discover to my horror, it was 6 o'clock the following morning and I'd actually slept for 24 hours.
Holy moly.
Yeah, I slept for. I'm like that. I can sleep like nothing on earth.
I used to be like that until I got healthy, but now that's actually one of the hardest things I struggle with being healthy is now I'm like, for instance, last night I got 11 hours of sleep, and that's probably the first time in probably 2 months that I've gotten that much sleep.
Oh, no,
Most nights I'm getting like 6 or 7 hours of sleep, and it's like, fuck, man, I miss having sleep like I once did.
Yeah, I sleep a lot, thankfully. Blessed.
I enjoy being alive and awake in this madhouse of a world, but at the same
Yeah,
time, I'd also like to be able to have a little bit more sleep.
Now I sleep with all my I've got, as you know, I've got 7 cats, and they all
Seriously,
sleep with
I just
me.
need to like fucking move to a planet where where the year's twice as long.
Ugh.
Fuck, for reals.
Now I sleep with all my cats, and look, the 8 of us just all pile onto my bed together, and we sleep like little mad things. It's nice because I sleep as much as they do, literally.
So you take a lot of naps too?
No. Once I go to sleep, I'll be unconscious for the next 11 hours or so.
Oh, okay. I just know that it seems like a lot of cats take shorter naps more often than
Yeah.
long
Well, it just
bits of
depends what
sleep.
they're feeling like, But they sleep like nothing on earth as well. We all do it.
Oh, really?
Probably why I like cats so much, because they like me sleep all day long.
Huh. I've never seen that with cats. I always thought that they were like, slept like Leonardo da Vinci or something. Oh, we'll sleep 20 minutes here, sleep 20
Oh yeah,
minutes
they do
there,
that
sleep 20
too.
minutes
They just sleep
there.
for 15 hours or whatever.
Oh, so they
It's
do both.
yeah,
Okay.
they do
I
both.
get it.
They do
Oh,
both.
all right.
Hmm.
Yeah, they have the regular like human sleep of like the 8 hours, but they also have like the more like splintered up
Little
sleep. Okay.
sleepyheads, cats. Cats are sleepyheads. Probably why I
That is
like
interesting. It makes me really curious on how a sloth and a cat would interact.
it. Well, the cat would kill it. Yeah.
And yeah, probably if you didn't have the right, mix up of personalities and if they were raised around each other. But it's just curious. Imagine if you had one that was raised next to a sloth. Like
Well,
how would
yeah,
they
they'd probably get
interact,
on. They'd probably get
right?
on. They'd probably get on.
For reals, that would be interesting.
Yeah, 'cause no
Same thing
animals
with
are
like
like
a
they're not
cat
like
and a
us.
koala bear. Koala bears like are similar to sloths the same way in the fact that they are slow sleepers.
Yeah.
Oh my God, did you ever see that video of the koala bears that got in a fight over the tree and one of them knocked the other one down and the other one's down just fucking sobbing, just crying,
Oh
It's just, oh my God, it was like, it literally looked like, some children got in a fight, and the one's just, Mom, he stole my
shame.
tree,
Oh, poor things.
Oh my
I love
God, it
koala
was
bears.
brutal. I swear to God, that's the one animal video I've seen online that just brings out the humanity more than any other animal video because every single human is like, oh, poor koala bear. He's
Oh
crying.
dear.
Why don't you run over and pick him up? Why don't you give him a treat? What's going on?
Funny.
uh,
Oh
right.
dear.
No, the thing
So
that
how's
cracks
your
me up about
smoking?
koala bears is, did you know in Australia they have this folklore that they give to all the tourists? They call it the drop bear. And they literally basically turn their koala bears into like a Australian chupacabra that jumps on tourists' backs and bites them in the neck.
All right.
So Australians have a fun time, playing, with ignorant tourists, claiming that, oh, guess what? There's not just koala bears here. There's this hidden one that you don't know about called drop bears, and you have to watch out from the trees so they don't
All
drop down
right.
on you and start attacking you.
All right. So, how's your shogies today?
It's pretty good. My eyes are driving me a little nuts today, but it doesn't feel like as much more dry eye. It just feels more like allergies.
Uh,
But oh my God, the wind is nuts today, so that's probably part of it. I feel like I'm living in Florida during a hurricane or something. There's freaking 25-mile-an-hour winds constantly and 50-mile-an-hour gusts.
all right.
So yeah, it's a little windy over here today.
Hmm. Yeah, I don't know what it's been like today here because I've been asleep all day, so I wouldn't know.
Ah, oh, it's been so windy. I knew even when I was asleep. I'm like, my goodness, I'm living in my third story apartment. I feel like I just time traveled 3 years ago, and I'm living in my RV again. I'm shaking around. I'm on a boat, But wait a minute, the building isn't moving. I'm just noticing the vibration itself of the wind touching the building.
All right.
My sense of senses are crazy, sensitive, like so wild. It's like I could be in a casino and I can tell, when it's daytime, because I don't need a clock. There can be mirrors everywhere. I can literally feel the heat coming through the walls, even with the AC on and all this stuff and all this
All right.
insulation. I can tell something's happening.
My ginger tomcat's just come in. Hey, Ginger, you naughty boy. Do love him. Lovely ginger bruiser boy.
It does seem like Tom is really social with you.
But he's very doesn't seem to be social. He
Oh, I just mean compared to some of the others, he seems to, really be connecting with you.
yeah, they all love me. They do love me.
Oh, I
I know
didn't
they
say
love
that
me
any of
because
them didn't love you. I just saying that it seems Tom is connecting with you on a higher
yeah, I love.
level.
Well, yeah, he's a lovely boy. Yeah, I'm very, very fond of him. Very fond indeed. I love all, but I'm very fond of Dave, my little bruiser boy.
Yeah, it's okay to have a favorite. You realize
Yes,
that,
I know.
right? You
Yeah,
can
I know
love
that.
them all,
Yes,
and you can still have a favorite.
you know, well, that's life, isn't it? You always have your favourites. That's life.
Right?
Yes, there's always a favourite. There always
Oh,
is.
so many
I
people
treat
can't
them the
admit
same.
that to each other or themselves, though. Oh, I can't admit that to myself. I'll be letting myself down.
Yeah, we all have our favourites. Even with cats, I have my favourite cat. Yeah, of course I do.
Uh,
Always have had. Chickpea was my favourite cat because I've always had
it's
loads and
just so
loads.
funny. Everybody's gone in both directions so far. The ethicist has to get in scene and go, it's okay to have favorites.
Yeah, it's how we are, isn't it? It's life to have a
For
favourite.
reals.
You mustn't act on it. That's all.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Everybody's got made everything about life into politics. Like you
Mm.
can't have a favorite, or else you're on a team. It's like
Yeah,
fuck you. I could enjoy sports and hate all sports teams.
yeah, yeah. As long as you don't act on your favourite, as long as you don't act on it, it's okay.
Right? Yeah, you get it. You really get it. Yeah, good on you.
You know. So yeah, he is my boy. I mustn't talk about it in case you can understand. Hey, boy, he is. Only got him last year. We've only been together for 18 months. I got him as an adult. He was 6 years old. When he came to me.
Ah,
The rescue. Yeah. Hey, boy. Yeah, he was living with a family where he couldn't go out because of the situation,
aw.
and they decided he had to go to a home where he could go out. So he came to live with me because he can go out here because I've got a garden.
Well, good on both of you for helping that cat's life get
Yes.
better.
Yeah.
I'm always of that mindset when it comes to owning an animal. I'm like, I can have an animal in my life. That's no problem. I just don't want to have an animal in an apartment because I love animals too much. And I
Yeah.
know that I'm tired and it's gonna want to get out and I'm gonna want to sleep.
Yeah. I've got a cat flap. They just come and go as they please.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
you see, that's what I'm saying. The freaking dog doors and cat flaps and all that stuff that nobody thinks about how important those fuckers are.
Yeah, the animals they want to go out, they should be allowed out. I think it's wrong to
For
lock
reals.
an
Oh
animal.
my goodness, it's
Wrong. They
crazy.
do. Yeah, they do like to sunbathe on the grass, and they do. You know,
Yeah,
they like to sunbathe on the grass. They like to chase the moths and things, so they can.
yeah,
Yeah. I'm lucky.
totally.
I live on the ground floor. Yeah, I live in central London and I've got a load of grass all around me, big garden. I'm really
I'm just
lucky.
always of the mindset. I'm like, if you're gonna keep your animals inside always, and you not have to have a dog door to any of that stuff, you might as well go, be fucking genetically engineering your animals at this point.
Yes.
Oh, I
Yeah.
turned my
I
fucking
little
my
Botox. I have a
dog
little
into a
Botox.
lizard dog thing.
Yes.
Fuck.
Yes. Yes. I think
I'm
it's
like, if you're
wrong.
gonna fuck with nature that much, you need to go the full extent. Go a whole 100% and really fuck with nature.
Yeah, I think it's wrong to lock an animal indoors for 20 years because they
Oh
can live
yeah.
that long, and I just think it's wrong.
Oh yeah, no, that's where I've gotten really into, all the aspects of just the animal rights and just the fact that so many people think of conservatorship as the only way to, give animals, rights or ethics or that and that. But it's like zoos have their own fucking problems too. It's like, yeah, we sort of
Yeah.
need them, but and they're sort of you choose the devil, that kind of thing. But at
Yeah.
the same time, like, let's get rid of all the devils. Let's figure out a way to where we can, do the good work that zoos are doing without the bad work. Because, like, oh my God,
Yeah.
I'll never forget the story of Marius. Did you ever hear about Marius the giraffe?
No.
Marius the giraffe was this giraffe. He was like a teenage boy giraffe at the
Yeah.
zoo, and
Oh
basically they ended up putting him down and feeding him to the lions at the zoo.
God.
And yeah, and the reason, their main reason was basically that they're, everyone was going, well, this is just because they're, a shitty zoo and they're trying to, they don't want to have to pay for fucking lion feed,
Yeah.
But no, what the fucking reality of it was that was part of the equation, but the real number one thing that they were saying why they killed the giraffe was because the genetics. They were saying that it couldn't mate with any other giraffe without risking uh what's it called? When cousins are screwing, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Just it
Mm.
fucks up the gene pool.
Yeah.
And they were saying that basically, they got all the other giraffes mated, and that the math didn't work, and that he couldn't mate, so they were just gonna have to kill him. And it's
Well,
like,
they just castrated him.
And that's where well, yeah, that's a good point too. Not that they should do that, but that is a good, other dynamic at play that nobody ever mentioned. But it's like, again, it just comes down to the fucking money angle and the laziness angle, because it's like, you can't tell me that there's not a single zoo around this fucking planet or animal sanctuary that would have taken that giraffe in.
Cruel.
It's like they just, didn't want to have to take the time to fucking find the zoo to do it.
Would it take
It's
2
like
minutes
whether
to castrate him? That's all it takes. One injection.
and it's
Cut
just like
it off, and
it's like
that's it.
I get where they're coming from, but to me it just seems so fucking lazy and disingenuous.
Yeah.
It's like
Yeah.
that they weren't being completely honest with the public, acting in good faith. There's some
No.
level of greed and laziness at play, and
Horrible.
that's why that giraffe died. But it's just so fucking sad. It's like you literally died because humans are bad at math and bad at
Yeah.
fucking logistics and lazy and not empathetic to take the time to find the people to help out.
Terrible.
I know, for reals.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a horrible thing to do. Yeah.
So while everybody's remembering Harambe, the fucking a gorilla that got shot, I'm always telling people about Marius.
Yeah.
Because
When
Harambe was
were
totally
you
fucked up. They
behind
never should have
memory?
shot him. That was laziness too. That was
Yes.
we don't want to get in there and risk our own safety. We're just gonna kill this fucking animal because we don't trust our own decades worth of fucking primate experience and handling.
That's terrible.
It's fucking lazy and cowardly,
Yes. Yeah, they don't seem to have much love for their animals there. That's for sure.
No, freaking the Harambe to me was just a complete example of where we said that legally speaking we are more valuable than this animal, and I'm like,
Oh
then
yeah, I know.
fuck the legal system.
Anyway, don't they?
I'm like, then fuck the legal system if these are, you can't just, this is the same shit as fucking, we did fucking hundreds of years ago. Black people aren't people, like,
Yeah.
fuck off with this kind of fucking mentality,
Yeah.
It's like,
Yes.
I don't care if they're a person or not, treat them like a person. What I mean by that is give them respect and decency.
Yes.
Whether it's the dog that you own or the fucking, animals at the fucking zoo or whatever, it's like people need to respect things.
Yes. Yes. There's very little of that around in the world. Very little.
Oh, yeah.
Very,
I swear
very
a big
little.
part of that though is that I noticed this the past decade where all of a sudden everybody's saying that respect is an inherent right of human beings, and it's like they don't understand. And it's like, yes, I get where you're coming from, but you also need to understand the flip side, that respect
Yes.
is earned and not granted.
Yeah, you have to give it to
You have
receive
to
it.
earn
Yes.
the respect.
Yeah.
It's like, I'm not, I may respect the murderer as a fucking human being. Yeah, you are a human being, but I'm not going to respect them as a member of society.
Yeah.
You're a fucking murderer. I shouldn't respect you. I shouldn't lift you up. I mean, I'm not going to push you down, but I'm definitely not going to be lifting you up and glorifying the evil shit you do either.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Bella's awake. Bella, my black cat, wants constant attention. Constant. You naughty girl. Yeah. Bella comes from Whitechapel. Bella comes, her ancestors used to lurk around the same streets as Jack the Ripper, didn't they, Bella? So she's a right one. Belle. Yes.
Man, I was getting spun around with the fucking geography of London over there. Whitechapel, is that the chapel with the bells with the what is it? Not Hackney, Cockney. The Cockney accent, how it's dying,
Yes,
and
that's
how
Hackney, where I come from. Well, I live. I don't come from Hackney, obviously, but I live here. Yeah, Whitechapel, Hackney is that part of the East End, right by the city. Yeah, where Jack the Ripper used to roam about and kill people.
No, I just remember that whole thing where, the true Cockney accent is somebody born within ringing distance of
Bells and Centrinians.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Yes, I know what you're talking about. Yes, yes. A lot of them have moved out into Epping and places, it's because of the white flight thing. But yeah.
See, this is why I sometimes love talking to you, Chickpea, because I'm so multicultural that, it's like I'm sort of more English than some English people, but at the same time, I'm not trying to fucking offend people or piss them off or actually claim I am more English than they are, because that's
Yeah.
just stupid bullshit, you
Mm.
know?
Yes, you certainly have a very good memory. You remember more than I do. Mind you, as
Oh,
you
I
get
just
older, memory starts to go. It's irritating. I've only just noticed it recently. I have these memory lapses, and somebody will say something to me, ask me a question, and it takes about 10 seconds for me to recall it. It's awful. And when I use my mobile phone, now I've got my little smartphone, whatever a bloody thing's called, and I sometimes look at the screen and I have to sit there and look at it for a few seconds to work
Oh,
out.
that happens to me too.
Look at that.
I swear to God, there's something. You were talking about the subliminal messaging. That's where I'm saying it's way worse than the phones. It's
Because you know
way
what?
worse than the phones.
I sit there with this phone and I literally forget how to use it. And I have to
Do you
sort
ever
of
get
look
like
at
this
it.
feeling of like stale air coming off of your cell phone?
I don't know about stale air. I hate the damn thing. I've broken about 5 of them because I have to smash them against the wall because I can't bear the damn things. But I haven't broken this one. And I just sit looking at it and I have to remember how to use it. It's absolutely insane.
Mm.
You know,
Well, that's what I'm saying though. That literally every time they update the cell phone, they change the user interface and they make it more and more to where just any human can't use it.
Oh, so you get it too? I thought it was just me.
Oh no, I definitely get
Oh,
that
I
too.
struggle. I
Oh no,
struggle
that's
with
not
it.
even an age thing. That's a the technology field. It
Oh, you've got
isn't like
it
it was in the 90s. In the 90s, they were trying to make sure that Windows, you actually can find error reports and send Microsoft your error code and get information. Now you can't find anything on anything.
Oh, you have it too. Oh.
Oh yeah, it's on everything. That's what I'm saying. It's not just it's not just you. You definitely have that a little bit, but it's also just the technology itself is getting
Oh,
bad. It's getting bad. It
driving
just
me
doesn't make
mad.
sense. It's just falling apart.
And especially the fact
I
I
was
could cope
telling
with
that
the
to my
Chromebook.
mom just yesterday because yesterday literally every thing connected to the internet was having audio problems. Wouldn't matter if I was on YouTube, people's voices would be cutting out every 10 seconds. It didn't matter if I was on Netflix, the video I was watching, perfect connection on my side. I'd have 4K vision resolution on screen, but the audio would be cutting out. And I'm like, why is the audio cutting out on everywhere online? And to me, what I was thinking is, I'm going, maybe it's because the AI actually can figure out what the audio is. The AI doesn't have the ability yet to understand what a 4K video on your screen is doing or saying or whatever, but it understands the audio.
To drive me to despair. I'm okay with my Chromebook, absolutely fine, but bloody phones. I hate these. Plus, I'm left-handed, and phones are very right-handed. And if I have to use my right hand, I go mad. I get really
I think
bad-tempered and
phones
aggressive.
are square-handed, aren't
No,
they?
they're right-handed, very
No,
right-handed.
I was just making a joke. How the
Oh,
phones are so square nowadays.
but they
Aren't
drive
they
me to
square-handed?
no, and I'm going to tell you, if you're left-handed, they're a bloody nightmare. You can buy left-handed ones; they're very expensive.
No, I know what you mean because I'm left-handed on my
Oh,
cell
you're
phone.
left-handed. Oh, that's yeah.
On my cell phone, I'm a left-handed.
Oh, right.
Yep. I'm
I just
ambidextrous, but
well,
I
I'm
know
not.
I notice that certain things that I'm more, even though I'm ambidextrous, certain things I switch up. It's like boxing, I'm more of a southpaw, but if I'm doing baseball, I'm more of a traditional, swinger.
Yeah, funny because if I was boxing, I'd be using my right paw, and the reason why I'd be using my right paw is because when I use my left side of my brain, I become very bad-tempered and aggressive. If I use my
But
right
isn't
hand, I
that what you
become so
want? Isn't that
aggressive.
what you want for boxing, though, to be a
Yes,
little
exactly.
bad-tempered?
That's how I'm saying. That's how our
Oh,
brains
okay.
work.
I
If
just
you're
was a little spun
right-handed,
around there. I thought
if
left
I
was right.
yeah, because we use, our brains work differently if you're left-handed or right-handed. And when I use my right hand, I become really aggressive and bad-tempered.
Huh.
And that is because it's the left side of my brain. I don't like using the left side of my brain. And I actually become aggressive. It's really
For me,
weird.
it's less about the brain. It's more about the hormones. Like I've discovered that, as I've gotten healthy, like I don't watch action movies like I once did. I used to love MMA. I don't like watching MMA nowadays. And
Mm.
because what it is that it makes my testosterone get raised in my body, and my testosterone actually sets off my fight or flight response. so it makes me really irritable and aggressive when I actually, you know, so I've discovered that, you know what, I'd rather fucking watch some chick flick and drink some fucking pumpkin spice than drink a beer and watch some football. Because one's gonna make me fucking just angry at life in the world, and one's just gonna get me to chill my ass down. So that's where it's funny. I'm like, yeah, I may be more of a man in the traditional sense, even though I'm non-binary or whatever. But at the same time, if the world is going crazy as shit and they end up deciding that, okay, all of us have to take this or this, I'm gonna be going, yeah, I think I'm gonna be taking the chick shit.
Yeah. Oh, my days wash themselves. You know, I love about cats is the way they're constantly washing themselves. This is clean animals. He's just a clean boy. Yeah, they are. They're such clean little creatures.
See, I have OCD so bad that's my biggest problem with animals is that I think every animal's disgusting. They're all dirty.
No.
Unlike a pig and a cat, they are the same thing to me.
Oh no.
I'm like, yeah, I know cats aren't historically eating bodies and trash and all this stuff, but they're just as disgusting to me. All of them are. I love them, but I can't handle the gross factor.
No, I prefer animals to people, even rattlesnakes. I prefer
That's why I love plants so much. Plants don't shit.
I love plants.
You know, plants don't shit. I love that about them.
Yeah, that's true. Yes, plants don't shit. But no, I've always loved it. I love animals, especially cats. Cats are my favorite, I must admit. I do love cats. I like all animals, even snakes. Yeah. I do. I'm one of these weirdos. If I see a snail on the pavement, I will pick it up and carry it to some grass. Actually,
I do the same thing with snails. Snails fucking deserve. I do the same thing with snails. Snails deserve that kind of attention.
I like snails.
They sort of got a you know a bad deal of cards in the modern world. People, you know, I'm sort of wanting to, you know, feed them a better card for their fucking hand. You know.
I've got nothing against snails or mice or rats. I don't put out traps. Mind you, the cats. Of course, I've got cats, but you know, I don't go around killing them.
They just move so slow and everybody steps on them and runs them over in their cars. And that's where it's like, they're the one animal where I am actually going to go out of my way to save them if I can.
Yeah, I pick them up and save them. Yeah, snails. Yeah.
Because, no, it is funny because I've discovered that people don't do that. They'll do that with like fucking ants nowadays, but they won't do that with snails. It makes no sense to me. I'm like, you're fucking saving like fucking like moths and fucking flies and fucking ants and all this shit, but you're fucking stepping on snails? Like, what the fuck?
I don't know what is the people. No idea.
I don't know.
I
think part of that though is that a lot of the bugs people are catching are like spiders and stuff. It's like they'll actually get up to waist level or like eye height. You know, they'll be on the side of a wall or something. You know, versus snails most of the time they're just on the ground. And how many people are looking at the ground nowadays? Everybody's looking at their cell phone and tripping over shit instead.
Yeah, you know. Also,
why would I look at the ground and keep myself from going to the hospital from a fall when I can stare at Facebook on my phone?
You know, I have fun about people is a thing about spiders. You know what spiders that bother me in the least? They could be crawling low, and people kill them, and I don't know, pull down their webs and everything.
I've fallen in love with spiders as I've gotten older.
Yeah, I
used to be so afraid of them when I was young, and it was the funniest thing because I just learned one thing about them that you would think would make me get even more afraid of them, but it actually calmed my ass down and made me actually like respect them and think they're cool and just, you know, not be as afraid of them and stuff.
Yeah.
And that was that. Did you know that they literally, you know why their legs curl up when they die?
Why?
It's because literally their heart rate and blood pressure affects their blood vessels. Their blood vessels are like pneumatic gears or something. You know, basically the blood pressure moves each one of the legs.
Yeah.
So when their heart stops, all their blood pressure goes away and their legs curl.
All right. Oh, I didn't know that.
But it's just, that's so wild to think that it's like, so they have like fucking all these different limbs and they have to alter their heart rate in a certain way to get each one of these limbs moving.
Yeah, because I've got no problems with spiders, never have.
I'm like, holy shit, man. Monks should be learning heart rate meditations from spiders.
Yeah, I don't think it's spiders at all. Nothing. I'd never kill them if they're in my flat. There's spider's web. Although my Dave, my cat, likes to eat spiders' webs for some obscure reason.
The spiders I get, the web a little less. That's pretty fucking weird.
But Dave likes to eat the webs.
That's so funny.
What? That cat likes to eat spiders' webs?
Yeah,
Apparently they contain
webs.
microbes.
I've never heard of any animal eating spider webs.
Yeah, Dave
and
does.
it's
I've never come across
really
it
interesting.
Dave's the first one. Apparently, spiders' webs contain micronutrients that he obviously finds very tasty.
Oh,
I've never come
okay.
across it before. Never.
I could see that. I was just thinking, maybe it has some like proteins in it that are good for the immune system or something.
He knows about them. Yeah, he's a lovely boy. He also brings home mice, and then he drops a live mouse on my floor, and then there's 7 cats running around after a live mouse, and I have to set it free if they haven't killed it before that.
Holy moly.
One night I was in bed sitting like I am now, and Dave came in with a mouse, put it under my bed, and I had 7 cats running around after mice under my bed. It's just insane. Yes, he likes catching mice and he brings them home.
God, that's one of my number one issues with cats, and I think that's because when I was a young child at my grandma's house, I reached under the bed when I was exploring, and I grabbed a dead, rotting mouse underneath the bed.
Yeah.
And now, as I'm an adult and I have all my OCD and stuff, I'm just always thinking about shit like that. I'm like, oh my God, I know that's just something we've probably dealt with as a human species forever, rotting corpses around us, and we just don't die because whatever. But at the same time, the public health side of me, person that's been studying, healthcare and medicine and everything, I'm going like, oh my God, there's rotting corpses under your beds and you're getting older, and like, oh my God, that could be dangerous.
Yeah. Well, I suppose it can be, yeah. But mine, often, running around after mice. Naughty little boy.
I think that's just one of those things I've been more aware of too as I've gotten older, on just that I swear to God, dangerous things often make their way under your bed by accident. Like, because I've noticed that happen with a shit ton of people with mercury. Mercury metal?
Yes.
I've heard so many fucking stories where people, have played with mercury in one room, and then, a fucking month later, they're, cleaning their bedroom and they find some underneath their bed. And it's like, how the fuck did it make its way across my house and underneath my bed? And those vapors have been, coming off and through my mattress. And I've been breathing those mercury vapors every fucking night for a month. Really?
Actually, when I was very young, would have been about 12, 13. I remember the little boy at school had a tub of mercury that he'd stolen from his dad. And I remember playing with this. I was in the classroom playing with this mercury. And I often wonder, was it the mercury that perhaps set off all my depression problems? Did it get into my system or something? I can still remember doing it, playing around with this. And I had it in my hands.
Well, that's the one thing I discovered about mercury from, researching chemistry and science as I've gotten older and stuff, is that apparently touching mercury is actually not very dangerous at all. And even ingesting it is actually not that dangerous because your body, it's not very bioavailable. But the only time it's really dangerous is when you're breathing the fumes that come off of it, or when it finds its way into fish. When it finds its way into like fish or plants, when it finds its way into our food system, then it becomes bioavailable and toxic, But like if you just take it naturally, like you gulp some mercury down your body, you're just going to pretty much poop it out, and barely any of it's going to get absorbed.
Because I've often wondered.
So it's just one of those things that I've seen for years online where everybody says that the most dangerous thing about mercury is touching it. And it's like, no, actually, that's one of the least dangerous things about it.
I've learned something new.
It's such a dense element, and our skin is so thick that it doesn't really absorb into our skin.
Weird stuff, though, isn't it? When you play with it, weird.
Oh, it's so weird. It's fun stuff. I miss it being around more often.
Mercury gave me this pot of mercury. Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah, I miss seeing more of it around. When I grew up, all the thermometers used to be the old 80s thermometers with the mercury in it and stuff, and everybody was replacing it, and I was taking everybody's old thermostats. I'm like, this is cool. And now I'm like, now nobody has old thermostats. And now I'm like, where's all the mercury?
Yeah. Because I've often wondered maybe That's when I don't know, my psychological problems all started, or my little.
See, it's hard when you're actually super aware of all this shit to the point where you recognize that none of this shit could ever be legal or free for me just because everybody else is so stupid. For reals.
Dear W's gone for a long time. I've been here on his Dear W show now for 5 hours and 46 minutes.
Oh wow.
Yeah,
You've been on since the
And
start.
on that note, I'm back. And
I think
it's time to end the live show.
Valuable.
It's time to end the live show, but you two fine people can hang out.
What do you want to do about that book, D&W? Do you want to, how are we going to do this? I'd like the book if we don't want it. So what do you want?
Oh, no, it's just the ebook I got. It's just the ebook. So.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
So do you want to send it to me?
Anyway, guys, I'm going to end the stream. I'll end the stream now, but we can chat backstage for a little bit. And guys, you can stay as long as you like backstage. All right, everybody who's listening, thank you. We are over.